Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the New Hampshire Senate, especially our friend and colleague, Senator Gannon. Welcome. We love you, man. Okay, the Senate is out of recess. I call the Senate to order and recognize Senator Carson for a motion.
Okay, here we go. Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the Senate adjourn from the late session.
All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? The ayes have it. The motion to adjourn passes. We are now in the early session. Without objection, pursuant to Senate Rule 233, Senator Gannon will participate remotely. Senator Gannon, can you please state your location and identify anyone present in the location from which you are participating?
Thank you, Mr. President. I am in the best city in the United States, home of the famous Lou DeSalesandro, Senator Susie, the Fisher Cats, the Monarchs. It is the best city to live, work, and raise a family. I'm at the rehab at the Elliott on the 7th floor with the best nurses, the best doctors that they have in the country, best OTs and PTs. They told me to say that it's a plug. And I'm doing great here. There should be no one coming in the room. If it is, it would just be a staff, and they're going to be quiet.
All right, Senator Gannon, thank you, and we're glad you are able to participate. Now, the Senate will please be attentive to our chaplain, Father Stephen Lawson. Good morning, sir.
Good morning. It's always great to join you. I'm Father Stephen from St. Anselm College in Abbey, also located in Manchester, and home of Senator Susie and Senator DeAlessandro and Senator Gannon. I noticed, though, you didn't mention you had St. A's nurses, so hopefully you mention it. But in all seriousness, though, let us pray. Loving God, bring down your compassion and mercy on us today. We give you thanks for giving us another day to serve the people of New Hampshire. Show us how to draw closer to you and to follow your voice in our hearts. Bless the senators and staffers gathered here today. Help them to be civil with one another and to speak with humility and love. We ask that you protect our families and you bring healing to our sick colleagues and friends. Continue to bless our great state with peace and prosperity. May all that we do today be to build a more just and peaceful society. Amen.
Senator Rosenwald, would you do the honors, please?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
And now it is my great honor to introduce our second guest, who is participating in New Hampshire's first in the nation primary. Welcome, please, Vivek Ramaswamy. Good morning, sir.
Thank you for that warm welcome. It is a pleasure to be here in the first in the nation primary, and congratulations on taking steps to keeping it that way. I know you guys have done great work in this room. It's good to find some bipartisanship around tradition, right? Traditions were not just created for arbitrary reasons, they were created for a reason. We have a responsibility to preserve them. And I'm honored to be in a state that still cares about the substance of the electoral process, not just going through the partisan motions, but getting to the essence of what it actually means to be American. That's what I'm going to talk to you about this morning. We have lived in the last 10 years through a national identity crisis. Faith, patriotism, hard work, these things have disappeared. New secular religions, from wokeness to gender ideology to even the climate cult, they have taken the place of those traditional values and fill that void. You ask people my age, I'm a millennial. I'm 37 years old. I'm the first Republican ever to run for president as a millennial. I'll tell you, as a member of my generation, people my age, really people any age today in this country, we're so hungry for a cause. We're hungry for purpose and meaning and identity. Yet we cannot even answer what it means to be an American in the year 2023. Mental health epidemics, anxiety, depression. You wonder where that comes from. It's like two rivers colliding. On one hand, we're hungry for purpose, yet we no longer believe in God. We no longer have faith in our country. We no longer believe in the virtues of hard work and family. Combine that with telling a generation that you can't express yourself freely, that's when you get the mental health epidemic that's raging across America. I think we have an opportunity to fix that. This is not a Republican issue or a Democrat issue. It is an American issue. If we can answer the question for the next generation, what it means to be American today, then addressing all of our other challenges, from economic to foreign policy, become that much easier. So what does it mean to be American? To me, it means you believe in basic ideas. Ideas like merit, that you get ahead in this country not on the color of your skin, but on the content of your character and your contributions. It means you believe in the rule of law. That means that, you know what, people like my parents can come to this country legally through the front door to make their contributions as they did, raising 2 kids, not just me, but my brother too, who went on to found successful companies that helped thousands of Americans. Yes, we should legally want more like them, but it also means that your first act of entering this country cannot be a law-breaking one. It means you believe in concepts like free speech and open debate in this country, to say that you get to speak your mind freely as long as I get that same right in return. It means we live in a country where the government does not use private companies to do through the back door what government could not get done through the front door under the Constitution, including censoring its political critics. It means you believe that, here's a radical idea for you, that the people in this room, people like you who we elect to run the government, ought to be the ones who actually run the government, rather than a managerial class that both in the states and in the federal government actually runs the show today. And that's why, for example, I've become the first U.S. presidential candidate in this race who said that if I'm elected U.S. president, I will take those agencies that should have never existed, like the U.S. Department of Education, and actually shut them down. $83 billion flowing through an agency in Washington, D.C., that's actually holding your schools here in the state of New Hampshire hostage, saying that they don't get money unless those schools adopt one-sided political agendas advanced by the U.S. Department of Education. I don't care if you're a Republican or a Democrat, that federal government has no business educating the children of this state or any other state across this union. You want to use that money better, dissolve that $83 billion for 25% of it. We could put 3 armed security guards actually protecting our kids in every school in this country. You ask yourself, what's a better use of that money? It isn't even close. Take an agency like even the FBI or the ATF or the government agencies that once existed to fulfill a function but today have become so toxic, so politicized, that the only answer left is actually to shut them down. And when you need, you create something new to take its place. When I pledged to say I would shut down the FBI and build a new administrative agency to actually enforce the law rather than to make it up, first they said that was a partisan point. You want to know what? The FBI was weaponized against Democrats, including Martin Luther King, before it was actually weaponized against Republicans. This is not a partisan issue. And that is why I love coming to this state. I say the real defining conflict of our time in America, it's not between red and blue. It's not between black and white. It's not between men and women. It's not what they would have you believe. It is between whether you are pro-American, whether you believe in those basic ideals that set this country into motion 250 years ago, in places not far from where we are here in Concord, where those first shots were fired. Are you pro-American? Or are you fundamentally anti-American? Do you wish to apologize for the ideals on which this nation was founded? Do you wish to apologize for the existence of a country that embodies those ideals? That is actually the question we face as a country. You know what? We might disagree on whether corporate tax rates should be high or low, whether ivermectin treats COVID. Okay, fine, those are details. But on the basic rules of the road, meritocracy, free speech, open debate, self-governance over aristocracy, the rule of law, I think most of us in this room, we agree on those basic rules of the road. If you agree on those ideals, we're on the same team. If you disagree with me, then let's talk about it, because that's actually what we need to be reviving in this country, representing not just a partisan system, but actually a pro-American movement that now lives itself through what I want to see as a new Republican Party. That is the new American dream for this country. It's not just about green pieces of paper. It's about reviving conviction in our purpose as citizens. Tell you, for the last 10, 15 years in this country, we've grown so accustomed to celebrating our diversity and our differences, so much that we forgot all the ways we're really just the same as one people, bound by that common set of ideals. I'm looking around the room here today. I see people of different shades of melanin, different genders, 2 of them, if you ask me. That's good. That's diversity. But it only means something if there is something greater that unites us across that diversity. Think about it. Without that, we're just a group of higher mammals roaming a common geographic space, doing what our iPhones told us to do on a given day. That isn't America. That is not the America I learned to pledge allegiance to as a kid. That is not the America I see today. America is a place that is bound together by a common set of ideals, a vision of what a place can be. And I believe deep in my bones, those ideals still exist. And I'm running for president to revive them. Yes, I am an unapologetic America First conservative. But even if you're with me in that movement, you listen to me when I say this, to put America first, we need to rediscover what America is. E pluribus unum, from many, one. That is the vision that won us the American Revolution 250 years ago. That is the vision that reunited us after the Civil War. That is the vision that won us 2 world wars and the Cold War. That is still the vision that gives hope to the free world as we know it. And if we can revive those ideals over fractious group identity or grievance politics, then I'll tell you, nobody in the world, not a nation, not a corporation, not a virus is going to defeat us. That is what this thing we call American exceptionalism is all about. And the note I'll leave to you all in closing is that there is not a time in my life, and I'll be so bold as to make this statement, there won't be a time in our lifetime when state legislators actually have a bigger opportunity to shape our culture for the better. There have been times where it had to come from other forces in our culture, but in the states today, from primary education to capital markets to how your pensioners' pension fund money is invested to create a country that they did not vote for, to actually revive civic education, to keep traditions like being a first in the nation primary alive, not just for your state, but for the country. There is not a moment in American history in this century where you in this room will be able to make a more positive difference for reviving that culture. And here's my promise to you. If you rise to the occasion, if you do it, my promise to you is that we will not be, as I said in that book when I wrote it, I was in a bad mood when I wrote that book. I said, are we a nation in decline? Are we Rome? Are we Carthage? My promise to you is it's not going to be just me, it's going to be all of us rising to the occasion. It's going to be you rising to the occasion. If you're able to do it, then we will not be that nation in decline. We will be a nation whose best days are still ahead of us. A nation, yes, going through adolescence right now, a little young, figuring out who we're really going to be when we grow up. But we will get to the other side of that with conviction because of the work of each of you in this room and the constituents who you represent and who I will be traveling this state over the next 5 days to meet hand to hand, and as we will be here for the next year as we make our run for President of the United States. Thank you. God bless New Hampshire. God bless the United States. Thank you for having me. I appreciate that. Thank you.
1 minute.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
So, you will be the second person, Marianne Williamson was
Okay,
here.
very good.
To sign our first in the nation primary license plate.
It's first now. We're going to keep it that way. Thank you.
And since,
Congratulations. Thank you.
and since you're going to be spending a lot of time in New Hampshire, here's a calendar of the White Mountains. It's your homework.
Okay, I like it.
Enjoy.
I thank you very much. I appreciate it.
All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you all. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. We'll take questions. Take some questions out
In the
here.
gallery, yeah.
Absolutely.
So Mr. Ramaswamy said that if anybody wants to ask him any specific questions, he'll be out in the hall. Okay? Thank you very much. So, Senator Waters, I think you have some friends here.
Mr. President, members of the Senate, here they come. They're still coming. Would you please join me in welcoming the spectacular students, the terrific teachers, the perfect parents of Somersworth Maplewood School. Hey!
Further introduction of guests. I think Senator Abbas has a guest.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to introduce my friend, Mike Gehar. He's part of Salem's Finest. He's also the president of the New Hampshire Police Association. He's here as a guest. And if anyone gets to have a chance to talk with him one-on-one, one of the nicest people I've ever talked to. He's beyond just keeping our community safe. Great guy. He's up here. Give him a round of applause.
Senator Soucy.
Thank you. On behalf of Senator Prentiss, who has a prime-sponsored bill that she's running to and running back, I would like to introduce Connor Joyce from Grantham, who is with Mascoma Bank and is joining us in the gallery today. Thank you so much for being here.
Senator D'Alessandro.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I have the honor today to have my daughter-in-law with me, my son, and the principal of Concord High School. We call this an educational experience. Welcome. Mike Reardon is the principal of Concord High School. Renee D'Alessandro is the school nurse of the year. And my son Michael is one of the most successful businessmen in the state. So the president asked me to be brief, so I have a resolution of the New Hampshire State Senate, a resolution. Be it known that the New Hampshire State Senate extends its congratulations to Renee D'Alessandro in recognition of her being named New Hampshire School Nurse of the Year by the New Hampshire School Nurses Association. And be it further known that the New Hampshire Senate extends its best wishes for continued success in all future endeavors. Signed by Senator Lou D'Alessandro from District 20. Very few people get to kiss the recipient. It's my highlight of the day. Thank you.
Is there further introduction of guests? Okay, seeing none, we were going to recognize Senator Prentiss because she received an award and she wanted to announce EMS Advocate of the Year awards, but she's introducing a bill, so we will do that when she returns, if everybody is all right with that. Okay, then. Special orders. Without objection, the following bills are special ordered to the beginning of the calendar. In the Judiciary Committee, House Bill 49, House Bill 88, House Bill 224. From the Commerce Committee, House Bill 117. From Energy and Natural Resources, House Bill 56. Without objection, today's FN report is adopted. Bills removed from consent by Senator Gendro, House Bill 96. Now we'll move to the consent calendar. Senator Carson moves that the consent calendar with the relevant amendments as printed in the day's calendar be adopted, and that all such bills found ought to pass be ordered as follows. FN bills not waived under Senate Rule 4.5 to the Committee on Finance, non-FN bills approved for referral to Finance by the day's FN report to the Committee on Finance, all other bills to third reading. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? The ayes have it. The consent calendar is adopted. So now we'll move to the regular calendar, and we will start with Judiciary. And let me just say this. I know that several members have prime bills that they have to introduce. My plan is, as long as there's no objection, that we'll go through the debates. But if not all of us are present in the room, we will special order the roll calls until such time as all 24 of us are back in the room, and I'll be a little bit more flexible with parliamentary inquiries to make sure that everybody knows the proper procedure as we get there. Everybody okay? Good. Okay. Now, the Senate will please be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Committee on Judiciary, to which was referred House Bill 49, FNA, an act relative to postponing the closure of Sununu Youth Service Center. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is ought to pass by a vote of 3-1. Senator Carson for the committee.
Senator Carson.
Thank you, Mr. President. It is a great pleasure that I rise this morning and have this bill presented to us. I move House Bill 49, FNA, ought to pass. This bill sets out parameters for the contract, funding, and deadlines for a replacement youth development center facility. The Sununu Youth Services Center is not working for the children of this state who have been placed there. This bill stops kicking the can down the road and lays out necessary steps to get a new facility up and running. Senators, representatives, DCYF, and advocates have all come together and agreed that this is the best bill that will meet the needs of our children, who we are entrusted to serve and protect. The bill lays out a clear statement of government control and that this will be a state-managed and state-operated facility. And for those who have concerns of security issues in surrounding towns, there is a commission put together to look at security as to what will work best for the new center and those surrounding communities. For these reasons, a majority of the Judiciary Committee asks for your support on the motion of ought to pass on House Bill 49. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Carson. I would now recognize Senator Whitley to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise also in support of HB 49. I want to first thank my good friend from Senate District 14 for always working together with me and others to look out for the best interests of the children. There has been a lot of conversation about what we do with this building, and what my good friend from District 14 always says, and I fully agree, is that we need to prioritize what's best for these children. The children that end up at the Sununu Youth Services Center are our most vulnerable. They have experienced almost a lifetime potentially of trauma. They have the highest incidence of mental and behavioral health issues. and other. They deserve our compassion and our support, and I believe HB 49 is the most compassionate way that we can support these children. I also want to thank, Mr. President, in the process, all of the child advocates in the community that came together on a compromise amendment that was passed in the House and that we have before us today. The New Hampshire Legal Assistance, the Disability Rights Center, the Office of Child Advocate, Waypoint, the Oversight Commission on Children's Services. Everyone came together to determine what is best for children, and you have the result of that work together here. So I enthusiastically ask my colleagues to support the bill. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Whitley. The bill is still on second reading. Is there any further discussion? Senator Carson?
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise to echo the comments of my good friend from District 15. This is an example of how government should work. We all pull together, and I want to thank every senator in this room for your support on this issue. If it hadn't been for your support and the support of the Senate President and the support of Governor Sununu, this could have been a lot harder. And I want to thank you all of you, for getting this done. Mr. President, I also want to thank you personally, because you also got behind this bill, and the advocates that are out there working every single day for these kids. Sometimes it can be a very thankless job, and we need to recognize these folks and thank them for the work that they do. I'd also like to thank Joe Ribson, who is the director of DCYF, for all his help and his advocacy. We started on a path a few years ago, Mr. President, to start to change how we treat children that are in state's care. And we have come a long way, and we've made some great changes. There's more to come. So please stay interested, stay involved. We're on this path, and we will need all of you. So again, thank you all very much. I really appreciate all your support. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Senator Carson. Seeing no further discussion, the question is on adoption of the committee recommendation of ought to pass on House Bill 49. Are you ready for the question? All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? The ayes have it. The motion of ought to pass is adopted. The bill is ordered to third reading. We are still in the early session. After third reading, I recognize Senator Carson for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move House Bill 49, having been ordered to third reading, be by this resolution read a third time, all titles be the same as adopted, and be ordered by the Senate to be passed at the present time in the early session.
In favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The ayes have it. Thank you. The President will be attentive to the clerk, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Committee on Judiciary, to which was referred House Bill 88, an act relative to reproductive rights. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is inexpedient to legislate by a vote of 3-2. Senator Carson for the committee.
Senator Carson.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move House Bill 88 inexpedient to legislate. This bill would provide that the state shall not restrict a woman's exercise of her private decision to terminate a pregnancy, except as provided in RSA 329:43 through 329:50 and RSA 132:32 through 132:36. This bill would not make a meaningful difference to the laws of our state. The current regulation on abortion are straightforward. Abortion is legal in New Hampshire up until the 24th week, and anyone who says differently is misleading our state's women. Let me be very clear. We do not have a ban on abortion in our state, but what we do have is a ban on late-term abortion, which the vast majority of the New Hampshire citizens' support. And for those who say that we do have a ban on abortion, you are spreading misinformation and confusing, which is causing fear and panic in women. And I have to ask, Mr. President, what is the purpose of that? For the reasons a majority of the Senate Judiciary Committee asks for your support on the motion of inexpedient to legislate on House Bill 88. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Carson. The bill is on second reading. The motion is inexpedient to legislate. Senator Perkins Quokka to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise today to urge this body to overturn the committee recommendation and vote ought to pass on House Bill 88, making a clear and strong statement that here in New Hampshire we will protect the future of abortion access in our state. So here we are again. We were here just last month debating an identical bill. But now this bill comes back before you, this time with bipartisan support from the House. By a vote of 199 to 185, the other chamber of our legislature affirmed a woman's right to choose up to 24 weeks. The governor said yesterday to the press he supports this bill. These elected officials are representing their constituents, regardless of political affiliation, on an issue that those constituents care deeply about. What is the legal landscape that we face today? Our Constitution has been reinterpreted by the Supreme Court and is now silent on a woman's right to an abortion. Prior to the fall of Roe, that right did exist, but Dobbs decimated those federal constitutional protections, and granted staters no longer have that affirmative right. Our federal law is silent, and our state law, which states the restrictions on women so explicitly, is also silent on the right to an abortion. But RSA 32949 does take the time to state, nothing in this subdivision shall be construed as creating or recognizing a right to an abortion. I am a lawyer, but even if I wasn't, I think this language makes it abundantly clear that women do not have the right to abortion care prior to the 24-week ban here in New Hampshire. There is no right to an abortion in the United States, period. And our voters want that right enumerated. 71% of them do. Second, even in the blink of an eye that has passed since we last debated this in this chamber, so much has changed. There are those across the country who continue to work to attack a woman's right to medical care. Just this last week, we have seen a new attack be successful. The waves are relentless on us. The ground is shifting under our feet. Across the country, there are efforts to roll back reproductive rights, and some of those decisions do not stop at our state borders. The mifepristone decision in Texas and the Idaho trafficking law could have a fundamental impact on women's rights here in New Hampshire. It is unquestionably past time for us to be clear with our laws here. We've spent a lot of time this year discussing on the floor and in this body what parents have the legal ability to access when it comes to their children. Particularly during the debates we had on SB 272, we were told repeatedly that the bill was not creating anything new for parents or elevating the right of parents. We were reassured that this was solely giving parents clarity, that the rights enumerated in SB 272 were simply bringing rights together that existed already in law. We were told that SB 272 was consolidating rights that already existed because parents were confused, and that we needed to act to give parents, teachers, doctors, and the public clarity about the law. As a woman still in my reproductive years, and as many of you have probably guessed, 22 weeks pregnant again myself, as a mother of two beautiful young girls, and as a granted stater, I simply cannot state sincerely enough that this issue keeps me up at night. It is about women being treated equally and with dignity, with full access to medical care. Why do we say abortion is health care? Because when something goes wrong during pregnancy, which sadly and truly happens every day, the decisions about what to do next affect the ability of those involved to be healthy, to keep living. Being pregnant is full of long days. I know I've spoken to all of you about this before, but not a day goes by that I don't worry. We have 3 ultrasounds, 10 weeks, 18 weeks, and 36 weeks. And in between, we wait. We worry. We hope, without knowledge, that everything is okay. But now we have this added pressure, this added fear that in undertaking this journey, we have signed up to put our lives unnecessarily at risk, because we know they're at risk already. From not being able to receive medical treatment we need in a variety of real and tragic situations. So here we are debating HB 88. Many of my colleagues have stated throughout this session that a woman does not have the legal ability to access abortion care, that a woman does have the ability to access abortion care up to the 24-week ban. But I will read RSA 329-449 again. Nothing in this subdivision shall be construed as creating or recognizing a right to abortion. What I've heard from my constituents and advocates across the state is that there's confusion about access to abortion care here in New Hampshire. The law is not clear. People are concerned, don't know what their rights are. So I must ask, why would we work to clarify the law for parents, especially given the uncertainty surrounding what is going on at the national level, but we feel no need to clarify the rights for women? We can certainly argue where this confusion comes from, but at the end of the day, we know from our constituents it exists. The women of the state deserve clarity and reassurance of HB 88. And it exists outside New Hampshire. Since January, Idaho has posed to criminalize individuals who help minors seek abortion care out of state. Florida, which had a 24-week ban, banned abortion at 15 weeks last year and are now sending a near total ban on abortion to their governor's desk. Of the 7 states who passed a ban on gestational age in the same year we did, 2021, 5 have acted to further restrict abortion rights, including Florida. States that support abortion access have taken action too. They've swiftly acted to protect it. And just last Friday, we saw a federal judge in Texas, all the way across the country, affect what will happen to women here in New Hampshire. It's time for us to act. Our power here as individuals is temporary, but the laws give real legal protection. Our residents understand that their rights can change in the blink of an eye because they have changed in the blink of an eye. Our will alone cannot hold the law static or protect women. We have to actually act. Bipartisan compromise has come to our chamber and is sitting in front of us. Let's do what we were elected here to do and work together to pass this bill. For all these reasons and so many more, I ask that you vote against the ITL, stand with the women of our state, and pass this legislation. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Perkins-Quokka. Senator Birdsall, do you have a question of Senator Perkins-Quokka?
No, the good senator from District 14.
Oh, okay. Senator Carson.
Thank you for taking my question, Senator. I'm just, I'm a little bit confused because according to what I've read on the Planned Parenthood website, it says abortions remain safe and legal in New Hampshire, but with a few restrictions. Is that not correct?
Thank you for the question, Senator. Yes, you are exactly correct, because I looked it up as well. And the Planned Parenthood of Northern New England on their website specifically states that abortion remains safe and legal in New Hampshire, but there are a few exemptions. And they list what those exemptions are, which are 2, and that's it. So it is very clear. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Senator Carson. Senator Birdsall. Senator Chandley to speak, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise in opposition to the ITL motion on SB 88, and I ask that we vote down the ITL motion and wait for a subsequent motion to be made. So, last year, shortly after the leak of the Dobbs decision, I was having a conversation with someone who isn't particularly active in the reproductive rights movement. And she said, she literally was wringing her hands and said, what this means is that we will always be fighting. And here we are. Because prior to 1973, courts across the country ruled on abortion issues. Those that made it to the Supreme Court were decided very narrowly and often returned to the courts. The legality and availability of abortion was not addressed by the Supreme Court at the level at which it was decided during Roe v. Wade. The expectation when Roe v. Wade was heard was that the court would again rule very narrowly and send it back to the lower court. But as we know, that didn't happen. The court's 7-2 decision was in fact to recognize the right to an abortion as guaranteed under the 14th Amendment's concept of liberty and privacy. Women could make their own decisions regarding marriage, contraception, their bodies. Their right to bodily autonomy and control of one's body was recognized. The court believed then, and various subsequent rulings have affirmed, that the matter was decided. This ruling determined the overarching law of the land. People who were pregnant could get access to abortion care through the first 2 trimesters of pregnancy. Now, it was in this landscape, the landscape that existed a year ago, that last session, this body, along with the House and the governor, through the budget trailer bill, enshrined in our law the Fetal Life Protection Act. The Fetal Life Protection Act banned abortions after 24 weeks, yet it existed under the federal recognition of a right to abortion up to 24 weeks. So we are now in a very different place. We are now in a place where the Fetal Life Protection Act is the law in New Hampshire, but we do not have the privilege, the coverage, the protections offered by the decisions made by Roe v. Wade. The Dobbs decision nullified that right. So women in New Hampshire are now, without those protections, the ones once offered by Roe v. Wade. In fact, our law specifically states that nothing in this chapter shall be presumed to convey that right. HB 88 affirms that right. It doesn't necessarily change what folks have access to in this moment, but it affirms in our state law the right to access safe and legal abortion. We must pass HB 88. The other thing I want to mention, I look around this room and I include the gallery and all of the chamber, and 2 things strike me. First is that many of us, not everyone in this room could ever contemplate pregnancy, maybe not in the past, not now, and not in the future. Some people, the barriers to pregnancy might be biological, they may be situational, but it does mean that we probably all approach this with a different perspective. Some of us can imagine what pregnancy is. Some of us have experienced pregnancy, and some of us have not and will not. But I ask you to use your imagination to think about what it might be to have an unplanned or unwanted pregnancy and no remedy available to you. I also notice that most people in this room probably don't really recall a time when Roe v. Wade was not the law of the land. Most people who are under 65 essentially never knew life without Roe v. Wade. I think that really colors how we approach this bill. We do not recall, most of us, a time when before there was a constitutionally recognized right to access safe and legal abortion. We have heard, though, the stories to which we must listen, the terror, despair, and shame which women felt when they had an unwanted pregnancy and no way to access safe and legal abortion. Is this the era to which we want to return? Do we know what we are doing when we reject HB 88. I ask you to consider the alternative. Please, let us support HB 88. Thank you very much, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Chantley. Senator Altschiller to speak, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise today to ask this body to overturn the committee report of ought to pass on House Bill 88. Yesterday, in a committee hearing, my colleague from District 14 said something that has resonated with me. In referring to our work as legislators, they said, "We are wordsmiths." They further went on to talk about the importance of legislation being phrased and worded with precision, and I think they are correct. In my time in this legislature, I have served on 5 different policy committees and drafted dozens of pieces of legislation and amendments. I know words matter. What we say, what we don't say, what we write, what we don't write has enormous impact. We debate endlessly over the appropriate uses of the words may and shall. May is permissive and shall is instructive. May leaves room for possibility and shall is an imperative command. Words matter. Not a single session goes by without a handful of pieces of legislation that clean up the language of an RSA. Without exaggeration, I can say there are always what we refer to as housekeeping bills. To do what? To clarify intent. Why? Because words matter. On January 1st of 2022, the Fetal Life Protection Act went into effect. These are the exact words in the RSA. In its entirety, nothing in this subdivision shall be construed as creating or recognizing a right to abortion. That's it. The words are clear. There are only 15 of them, and they say in clear language, absolutely no legalese. Nothing in this subdivision shall be construed as creating or recognizing a right to abortion. There is the imperative command. Nothing in this subdivision shall be construed as creating or recognizing a right to abortion. It is the law. A lack of restriction does not equal an affirmative right. The court in Dobbs was crystal clear that there is no right federally to abortion. Justice Kavanaugh wrote in the court's decision, and I quote him, that it properly leaves the question of abortion for the people and their representatives. That's us. In November of 2018, 81% of New Hampshire voters approved adding 22 precise words to our state's constitution, a right to privacy. Article 2B, an individual's right to live free from governmental intrusion in private or personal information is natural, essential, and inherent. That is a clearly stated, enumerated, and affirmative right. And yet, when a New Hampshire person is pregnant, their rights to live free from governmental intrusion are negated by the silence. Section 329, semicolon, 49 of the 2022 Fetal Life Protection Act says, nothing in this subdivision shall be construed as creating or recognizing a right to abortion. We need the right to access abortion health care in the first 24 weeks to be clearly stated in law as an affirmative right. clearly written into the law. I ask this body to overturn the committee recommendation of ITL so that the clarity we need provided in House Bill 88 can be passed. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Senator Altschiller. Senator Whitley to speak. Senator Whitley? Okay. Senator Abbas to speak. Senator Abbas has a question of...
Thank you, Mr. President. Of the senator from District 24.
Thank you. Go. Yes.
In your speech, you said repeatedly, words matter.
Yes.
The terms used in HB 88 is specific to saying all individuals. Is there a specific reason why the language in the bill doesn't reference women specifically, or even a pregnant person for that matter? And I'm just asking if would that be any concern on the application of the law without referencing the specific gender of what this law would apply to?
Well, women are individuals. So we are referenced because we are also individuals.
Follow up, Mr. President? But would you agree that when you say all individuals, that would also apply to biological males as well?
Are they in danger of losing their reproductive rights up to 24 weeks? I didn't know that was...
Mr. President, I can clarify the question. What I'm just saying is that if the words as written, is it also referencing biological males?
We are talking about access to abortion care. If you are worried about your access to abortion care, Representative Abbas, I think that you are welcome to write that into law because it clearly words matter. And right now, the words that matter are the ones that say nothing in this subdivision shall be construed as creating or recognizing a right to abortion. And that is specifically the space that we are trying to clarify. And, you know, women are individuals, and trying to parse out narrow little spaces seems reductive. Thank you.
If I just may clarify the question, I'm not sure if I...
Further question, or do you wish to speak?
I think that we've exhausted this. Thank you.
Do you wish to speak now, Senator Abbas?
Just briefly, Mr. President. And I rise in support of the committee's recommendation of inexpedient to legislate. I won't repeat some of the comments of my colleagues, but if you look at one of the issues that came up a lot was the enforcement provision of HB 88, which was identical to the enforcement issues we saw in Senate Bill 181. It's literally the same bill, this just came out of the House. Is that we couldn't really get a clear example of what conduct would have to occur to really invoke that enforcement provision. And I think it's important to know if you're going to have a policy like that, what would it apply to and what it would not apply to. In respect to the language used, I brought this up when we had the debate on Senate Bill 181. Again, whether you support the bill or not, I think it's very important when you say all individuals, all, that is referring to biological males. I don't believe that's the intention of the drafters of this bill. I asked that question during the public hearing, one of the sponsors, and they said it was not. And I take that testimony as accurate, but when you say that, that's in its common uses form, that's what it would mean. It doesn't say women, it doesn't say pregnant person, it's just simply referencing that. And I think for that, it's important to understand that this is to be done to perhaps codify Roe versus Wade. That decision only applied to women. It did not apply to biological males. And I think it's important to, even if you want to support this, you should clarify that language to put forth the best policy in that direction. And I keep hearing a lot about the confusion. If you read the Fetal Life Protection Act, it's very clear when a woman would have access to an abortion. It's very specific. The confusion comes from the political rhetoric that's being used when we have these conversations. You kept hearing that people use the word ban, there's a ban, there's a ban. That is just not accurate. That is inflammatory language to use when it doesn't describe what is actually happening. When someone says there's an abortion ban, that is not correct. That's not what the Fetal Life Protection Act does. It's glaring omissions in that statement. Perhaps it's the millions of dollars spent on political advertising stating or suggesting that there's a ban on abortion, which there is not. My colleague from District 14 read from the Planned Parenthood website describing what access is available to abortion in this state. Without any reason, for up to 24 weeks, it's elective abortion. Any woman can get an abortion for any reason. They don't even need a reason. It's their choice, up to 24 weeks. After that point, there are some restrictions that would apply in place after that. That is six months into the pregnancy. So that's an accurate statement of what the law is, not there's a ban. The rhetoric is creating the confusion. I can't stop the rhetoric, but I'm not going to use it. I think the public deserves better for us in this body to be clear what the laws we pass, what we vote on, what those laws do, and the impact they would have. What impact would this bill have on the application of the Fetal Life Protection Act? I have not heard any substantive changes to how our law would be applied. The Fetal Life Protection Act, the substantive application of that, was not impacted by the Supreme Court's decision to overturn Roe versus Wade. It's applied the same way as it was when it became law, became effective on January 1st, 2022, and it was not impacted by that. So as far as I'm concerned, the application of law in this state remains the same. So please join me in supporting the committee's recommendation of any expedient to legislate. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Abbas. Question, Senator Perkins-Coie?
Yes, Mr. President, a question of my colleague from District 14, if I may.
I will answer your question, Senator.
Thank you, Senator. So you mentioned, our colleague from District 22 mentioned it's important for the law to be clear, and I know you mentioned reading on the Planned Parenthood website, abortion is safe and legal up to 24 weeks, but is there an RSA you can point to where we've encoded that in our statutes here in New Hampshire?
Thank you very much, Senator. I think if you were to read the Fetal Protection Act, I think it is very clear that an abortion is accessible, safe, and legal up to the 24th week.
Follow-up, if I may, Mr. President. And Senator Carson, I don't think it says that anywhere explicitly in here, but are you familiar with Section 32949, which in my interpretation actually says the opposite?
Yes. First of all, I don't agree it says the opposite, but I am aware of that section.
Thank you.
Senator Avard for a question
Number 22.
of Senator Abbas.
Yes.
Yeah, Senator Abbas.
Senator Abbas, thank you for taking my question. It's kind of a hard question because nobody's used the word. And I just want a little bit of clarification on what you were addressing. Because words matter. In your dialogue, you were pointing out that if I interpret it correctly, that if a woman trans into a man and is pregnant and wants to identify as a man and wants to have an abortion, does the 24 weeks apply to that individual, or is that a different category?
Thank you for the question. My understanding as what is written under the current law, is the question for the current law, or is it under Senate Bill, House Bill 88?
Okay. On the current law, I'm just, because I'm
Under the current law, it defines who is eligible for an abortion, and it references specifically, the Fetal Life Protection Act does reference a woman specifically. Now, when I read through that, I interpreted that to apply to what your biological gender. So a biological woman would be able to have the benefit of the law under the Fetal Life Protection Act. Now, if that biological woman does identify as a male, my understanding, they still would have the access to abortion. That would not change. The point that I was making is, this was also in Senate Bill 181, is that it says to the rights of all individuals. That's different than, because that's applying to everyone in this room. That's applying to everyone in the gallery. That's anyone in the state. All of us. Biological males, not just biological women that identify as males. And to me, even if you support the language, you support the policy that I believe was intended, I still believe the drafting language used is problematic. And it's not the intention of the sponsors. I accept that, but I did bring this up during the hearing. I think that's something that's worthy of discussion, that I don't believe this particular bill as drafted is appropriate to go forward, given the precedents that could create.
Thank you for taking my question.
Thank you, gentlemen. Senator Altschiller, a question of?
Will the senator from District 22 take a question? Thank you. Thank you. Senator, you had stated that you don't see where there are any rights that are curbed. So in 88, that is not written clearly. So I just want to ask, lines 8 through 11 of Chapter 132B, which is what is addressed in 88, says, "It shall be the public policy of New Hampshire that because it is vital to the equality and liberty of all individuals, that states shall not restrict or interfere with an individual's exercise of their private decision to terminate a pregnancy, except as provided in RSA 329:43 through RSA 329:50. And when we look specifically, that exception says that you cannot access except in these spaces, and in that space, our RSA 329:49 specifically says, nothing in this subdivision shall be construed as creating or recognizing a right to abortion. So if that is the clearly stated law incorporated in the fetal protection law that is affirmed in House Bill 88, where do we see an affirmative right enumerated otherwise?
So I think that was a multi-part question, so
No, just one question. Where, I'll restate. Given part 1 of House Bill 88, it references the Fetal Life Protection Act, a specific section of the Fetal Life Protection Act, and of that section, the section says, in law right now, nothing in this subdivision shall be construed as creating or recognizing a right to abortion. So my question is, where do you see an individual right to access abortion in the first 24 weeks in the Fetal Protection Act that in your opinion makes House Bill 88 unnecessary?
Thank you for the question.
Thank you for letting me work through that.
So, two things. Number one, I gotta make sure I have the right one. I get the right one. HB 88 creates a new chapter. It's not being included as part of the Fetal Life Protection Act. So some of the definitions that are adopted in the Fetal Life Protection Act may not apply to the language in HB 88. I know one references the other, but it's not mixed in there. Sometimes the definitions are narrowly, although it's a definition, it's limited to the purpose of that chapter. In respect to the right to abortion that you speak of, any law, we're not just speaking on issues of abortion, any law, when it's made available, all people and all individuals will have equal protection of them. They have that law is to apply equally to all people, regardless of their race, religion, gender. That is it. So when you have a law that allows women specifically to get an abortion for any reason up to 24 weeks, then there's the restrictions thereafter. Every woman in this state would have the benefit of that law. That's their right under the United States Constitution and the New Hampshire Constitution. Simply writing it in the RSA one way, one direction or another doesn't actually change the substantive application of the law, because think of any law, like the right to drive. You can't say, well, this person can't drive because of their gender. That would never, that's absurd. So what I'm saying is you have the right to that law once it's created. And that's why we're saying is by simply writing you have the right, it's being presented as people are confused about what the law is. But if you actually read the Fetal Life Protection Act, I don't believe any of those individuals would be confused, because it's very clear who has the right to get an abortion, and what circumstances are appropriate when they can get one under the law. And then there's exceptions. And if they're consulting with a doctor, I presume that the doctor would be able to explain whether they would fall or qualify for one of those exceptions after the 24-week period.
May I follow up, Mr. President? Yep. Yeah, thank you. Would you take a follow-up question?
Yes.
Thank you very much. Just so that we funnel back down to the issue at hand, I would like to just clarify that there are no rights to abortion in Constitution anymore, which is why, which you just referenced that we don't, which is why we're having this discussion. Secondly, the Fetal Life Protection Act of New Hampshire is silent on accessing abortion up to 24 weeks, which is the subject of this discussion right now. We're not talking about beyond 24 weeks. And my question is, in the Fetal Life Protection Act that exists right now in law and says, nothing in this subdivision shall be construed as creating or recognizing a right to abortion. How do you see an enumerated right to abortion in the Fetal Life Protection Act that is right there in the RSA? And what the question, like what we are trying to do is clarify that there is a right, because right now it says, no, they don't.
So, thank you for the question. Some rights, when we talk about the right to a fair trial, the right to a speedy trial, the right to bear arms, those are expressly stated in the Constitution. And I agree with you that the United States Constitution and the New Hampshire Constitution don't specifically reference the right to an abortion. It does not say that in there. But you have it's the due process clause. When you have laws that are created, whether they're federal laws or even state laws, for any person to be denied the right to that law as it's written would be a violation of the due process clause of the United States Constitution. So when I say that there's a right, it's not written in the Fetal Life Protection Act, but by creating that chapter, you do have it's protected that you would have the benefit of that law under the Constitution of the United States.
Final follow-up, Mr. President. Thank you. Just to clarify that Dobbs was overturned on the due process clause. So there is no access to abortion care through the due process clause. There is no affirmative access to abortion care in the Fetal Life Protection Act. Where specifically in our laws do you see the space that says access to abortion care is available up to 24 weeks? That clarity, affirmative right, where is that?
So I don't have the Fetal Life Protection Act in front of me, but I'm going off of memory. I think the first section of the first RSA that addresses it is the definitions. It's the one directly after that one. It actually says a woman has a right or has the ability, I'm paraphrasing here, all right, it's not on. An individual who's pregnant, which is a woman, a biological woman, can get an abortion for any reason up to 24 weeks. It doesn't say that they need to give any reason. And then after the 24 weeks, that's when the restrictions would apply. So it's in that RSA. I can't say it off the top of my head, but if you give me a few moments, I can.
Thank you.
I can
Thank
look it
you.
up and
Thank
I
you
can
for
state it the record.
indulging the
Travis
question.
and Senator Altschiller. I think we're down to our final two speakers, and hopefully nobody has to go testify. Great. So, Senator Whitley.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise in opposition to the ITL motion and in support of this incredibly important piece of legislation. I also rise for the 72% of Granite Staters who are pro-choice, and for the women who came before me, who fought so hard for gender equality. I just want to briefly address something that I think is a very big distraction, and that is the language in the bill that refers to individuals, right, and pregnancy. And I agree with my colleague from District 22 that language matters, accuracy matters. In fact, we as lawyers, dissect language and statutes, and that's why, as a co-drafter of this legislation, We were very, very careful in the words that we chose and the rights that we prescribed. The law clearly applies to pregnancy. We are talking about individuals, and we are talking about pregnancy and their right to terminate that pregnancy before 24 weeks. I'd say that's pretty accurate. When we're talking about language, there are plenty of places in our Constitution and our laws where only a man is referenced. All men are created equal. But do those laws apply to women? Yes, they do. And I think it's an important and timely conversation as our country is working towards amending our Constitution to finally include women. So I look forward to your support of that. I think it's important to put this conversation into context of where we are in our country. And in my opinion, we are in a crisis in our country when it comes to reproductive freedom. And we are also at an inflection point right now here in the Granite State as women anxiously wait for us to act, to take a proactive step to protect fundamental rights. Since Roe v. Wade was overturned, this legislature has not taken one single proactive, affirmative step to protect access to abortion. We have not taken one single step to reassure women that we do not intend to further restrict their fundamental rights. Words spoken on this floor are important, but they are not law. They are not enough. Granite Staters want action. What we do or do not do here in New Hampshire has to be viewed in the context of what's happening around the country nationwide, where 1 in 3 women of reproductive age have lost access to abortion care in their home state in the past year. Now, I want to be clear. I have never stood up on this floor or in public and has said that there is an abortion ban before 24 weeks. I have never said that. And I never will, because that is not the law. But what my friend from District 14 was referring to, it is correct that we do have safe and legal access to abortion. But access and a lack of restriction does not equal an affirmative right. It just doesn't. Again, my friend from 21 mentioned this body thought it was very important to detail parental rights and statutes. That is all we are trying to do for women. That's all we're trying to do, colleagues. I think it's important to address the confusion that we talk about. And I think it's irrelevant where that confusion comes from at this point, because in addition to what's happening in this state, 25 million people were told that they are forced to remain pregnant and that they have to travel out of their home state to get care. But of course, only if they can afford to. Granite State women watch the news, right? They know what's happening around the country. But look, we are better than that in New Hampshire. No one on this floor today is talking about banning abortion up to 24 weeks, and for that, I am grateful. Here in the Live Free or Die state, we value personal freedom. It is a core tenet of who we are. Granite Staters are well aware that abortion rights and gender equality are inseparable. This is what I have heard from women who came before me and who have fought so hard for gender equality. They are inseparable. Access to abortion, free from governmental intrusion, is without question a key component to achieving true equality, and a reason that I am able to sit in this chair today. And so today, Mr. President, we have an opportunity to vote in line with our values as Granite Staters and our long-standing commitment to privacy and freedom from governmental intrusion. This is what our constituents want. I want to go back and talk about Roe v. Wade and talk about what the court said when it overturned this law. And this is very important because this is 50 years of jurisprudence that was eliminated in an instant. in the Dobbs v. Jackson Women's Health Organization case. After this case, we all knew that there would be further efforts to roll back abortion care. Of course, just last week, we saw a judge in Texas issue a ruling that could severely compromise access to medication abortion for the entire country, including here in New Hampshire. And just last night, the Fifth Circuit temporarily blocked the ruling to halt FDA approval of mifepristone, but critically left in place parts of his ruling that severely impacts access to the drug, only adding to the nationwide confusion and access to abortion care. I would like to note on the issue of mifepristone, New Hampshire was the first in the nation to urge the FDA to approve the medication back in 1991, citing, and again, going back to our values, the issue is freedom of choice in medical treatment. We said that in 1991. But I think, as it's clear to everyone in this room and everyone in the Granite State, Dobbs was just the beginning. In my time here in the Senate, I've heard the sentiment expressed multiple times that we don't concern ourselves with what happens around the country. We focus on what's happening here in New Hampshire. And generally, I very much agree with that. We here in the Senate should be concerned with what impacts our residents and not allow national influence to guide our decision making. However, the reality is that decisions made in other states regarding abortion can and will have an impact on our citizens. And I want to talk about why. States that are hostile to abortion rights are already attempting to reach in to other states to impose their agenda. Because of innovations in the delivery of abortion care, such as the availability of mifepristone and other drugs like that, some individuals are able to receive care entirely online. But this means that states who want to restrict women's rights will attempt to impose their local abortion policies as widely as possible across state lines. It's already happening. In other words, certain states are taking on and will take on the role of abortion police. A woman's freedom to make these decisions that we're talking about today will now be played out in these impending interjurisdictional wars. This is all brand new territory for us, making it all the more urgent that we act to proactively provide clarity in New Hampshire law for our constituents. Now, focusing on what the Supreme Court said in Dobbs, I think this is very relevant and incredibly important to our conversation today. When they removed the constitutional right to abortion, they left an incredibly fractured legal landscape that, even as a lawyer, requires time and resources and tenacity to understand and to navigate. As rights are being restricted across the country, Texas, North Carolina, Georgia, Idaho, Missouri, and more, borders and jurisdictions, that's going to be the central focus in protecting access to abortion care. We must make our New Hampshire laws crystal clear to other states and to our citizens that women have the right, the affirmative right, to access abortion in New Hampshire up to 24 weeks. My friends, Mr. President, this is not just belts and suspenders. It's essential. It's our role as elected officials to ensure women can access the care that they need in a timely way, to ensure that the law is clear, and to relieve any uncertainty. New Hampshire citizens deserve that, and they deserve our action. Now, there's been so much conversation about current law, okay? And our current law regarding the Fetal Protection Act is really silent on the right to abortion up to 24 weeks. And at worst, our law is very clear that existing law does not guarantee the right to abortion up to 24 weeks. And I want to read again RSA 329, Section 49. It states clearly and plainly, nothing in this subdivision shall be construed as creating or recognizing a right to abortion. You don't need to be a lawyer, my friends, to understand that a lack of restriction does not equal an affirmative right. It is the affirmative right that we lost with the overturning of abortion, and it is the affirmative right to abortion, free from governmental intrusion up to 24 weeks, that we are creating with this legislation. We lost it in Dobbs, and we are begging, we are pleading to put that into New Hampshire law. How many times do we need to stand up here and beg for our reproductive rights, to beg for our fundamental freedoms? We have to act now to protect the fundamental rights of women in this state, to reassure half of our population that we will not tolerate further encroachment on our rights, and to say what we value in New Hampshire. Again, looking at what the Supreme Court said when they overturned Roe v. Wade, they made it clear that there is no constitutional right to abortion. But what they did make clear, in addition, is that protection and regulation of abortion is strictly a policy decision for elected officials to act in response to our constituents, not the Supreme Court. Justice Alito, writing for the majority in the Dobbs decision, said, and I quote, "Our decision returns the issue of abortion to those legislative bodies, and it allows women on both sides of the issue to seek to affect the legislative process by influencing public opinion, lobbying legislators, voting, and running for office," end quote. Justice Alito also said, and I quote, "The authority to regulate abortion must be returned to the people and their elected representatives," end quote. I also want to refer to a concurrence that Justice Thomas wrote, where he said in Dobbs, I quote, "The right to abortion is ultimately a policy goal in desperate search of a constitutional justification," end quote. Therefore, my friends, with no federal constitutional protections in place, I would ask that my colleagues heed the call of the Supreme Court and take seriously our role to make clear policy decisions on the right to abortion for New Hampshire. Failure to act today, I believe, would be an abrogation of the role given to us by the Supreme Court in the Dobbs decision. My colleagues, Mr. President, if you believe that every individual should have the right to make personal, private health care decisions, you should support this bill. If you support the rights protected for nearly 50 years, you should support this bill. If you are pro-choice, like 72% of Granite Staters, you should support this bill. And if you truly care about freedom, privacy, and bodily autonomy, you should support this bill. This should be an easy vote for you, my friends. Therefore, please vote no on the ITL motion so that an alternative motion can be brought forward. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Thank you, Senator Whitley. Senator Ricciardi, I believe you have some special guests here from Jaffrey.
Thank you, Mr. President, and my colleagues in the Senate. I want to give a nice welcome to my 4th grade students from the Jaffrey Grade School. We are so excited you are here.
Welcome, Jaffrey. Okay, question. Senator Gannon has a question of
The good senator from 22.
Senator Abbas. Do you yield?
Yes.
Thank you, Senator Abbas, and good to talk with you again. Just remind me, and you're much younger, so you remember from law school, unenumerated rights. These are legal rights that are inferred from other rights that are implied by existing law. So I look at it, the law we passed last year is giving a legal right to an abortion before 24 weeks. I think you're familiar with the term implied rights, unenumerated rights. Am I on the right track where I see where we had a 24-week number? Anything prior to that would be a legal right from an unenumerated right. Am I on the right track, Senator?
I believe you are.
Thank you.
Senator Chanley has a question.
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. Question for the senator from District 15. Thank you, Senator. You know, would you agree that it is necessary to enshrine in our law the affirmative right to abortion care should a case come before our courts? That in fact, the court would have an unequivocal statement of the legislature's intent if we were to pass HB 88.
Yeah, I would 100% agree with that, and I think what you're getting at also is something that my friend from District 23 was saying, that you know, having the right enumerated in a statute is much, much clearer than an unenumerated right. And I will say too, and further, in Justice Thomas's concurrence, he rails against what's called substantive due process, where the Supreme Court tries to find all these rights that aren't actually enumerated in our Constitution. And the Supreme Court is very hostile to unenumerated rights. And so I think what you're describing is incredibly important for future courts and future decisions.
Thank you. May I follow up?
Yes, you may.
Thank you. And so I was also interested in the idea that there would be an implied right in existing law when, in fact, the law says it should not be construed that way. How would you respond to?
I think that's 100% correct again. You didn't even go to law school, Senator Chanley, and you nailed it. In this situation, we're referring to, you know, rights and unenumerated rights. And in the Fetal Protection Act, it states very, very clearly that nothing in this law should be interpreted as a right to abortion. That's pretty clear to me.
Great. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Whitley, do you have a question? You don't. Senator Abbas, do you have a question?
Yes, Mr. President, to my friend from District 15.
Senator Whitley, do you yield?
Thank you for taking my question. You mentioned in your speech abortion police, which I assume means another state's law enforcement officials would be enforcing another state's laws when it comes to abortion, regardless if there's a violation of the law in that state's jurisdiction. I guess my question is there even a law in New Hampshire or a bill that's been filed that's pending right now that would make it allow New Hampshire to compel another state to enforce the laws under the Fetal Life Protection Act?
So when I was talking, thank you for the question, when I was talking about abortion, that other states would become the abortion police, I was talking sort of their application of their own laws. And we have Texas, who has a bounty provision that applies to anyone. So that's what I'm referring to. And absolutely, we are seeing laws where states are trying to reach in to other states. And we will, and I want to also be clear that we have seen other states that are, you know, protective of abortion rights, that have issued, to protect their citizens, have issued laws, executive actions to protect the right, and also to protect providers. There are providers in our state, but New Hampshire has done nothing.
So just to clarify, there's no law in New Hampshire that allows New Hampshire to compel other states to enforce the Fetal Life Protection Act?
Nor is there a law in New Hampshire that protects any provider should a state reach in and try to compel them to do something or not do something. We don't have any of those laws in our state. Nothing.
Thank you. And if I have one follow-up, Mr. President? Yes. Is there a scenario in can you explain to me a scenario in New Hampshire where someone would leave New Hampshire to seek an abortion in another state where they would not be permitted to get one in the state of New Hampshire?
And the relevance is?
That's the question I'm asking. It's related to what the speech you gave about the abortion police and people having to cross state lines in order to get abortion. So I'm asking in New Hampshire, if someone was to leave the state of New Hampshire to get an abortion because they believe that they weren't allowed to get one in the state of New Hampshire, I'm asking if there's a circumstance that you can describe where that person would not be able to get one in this state and would have to leave.
I never said that someone would leave New Hampshire to get an abortion because they couldn't get here. I never said that. So I'm struggling to understand your question.
I'm asking if there's a scenario you can describe where they would not be allowed to get an abortion under the Fetal Life Protection Act.
Yeah, I never said that, Senator. I never said that a woman in New Hampshire would have to leave New Hampshire. I never said that. What I said very clearly is that other states that restrict abortion and have laws that restrict abortion are starting to and will continue to do to reach into other states to impose their agenda. That's what I said.
Thank you.
Senator Abbas and Senator Whitley. I believe we are now on our final speaker. Senator Carson, do you wish to speak?
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. First of all, I'd like to thank the body for yet again another substantive discussion on what is a very difficult issue. We've heard a lot of information this morning, Mr. President, much like we did a couple of weeks ago when we had a nearly identical bill in front of us. And Mr. President, quite frankly, if I was a member of the public sitting at home listening to this, I would be utterly confused because there's conflicting messages that are flying back and forth. There's a mixture of state law and there's a mixture of federal law. Where there's what's going on in this state, what's going on here, what's going on there. When the Fetal Life Protection Act was passed, it was clear that a woman had access to abortion, a safe abortion in the state of New Hampshire until the 24th week. That has not changed. That is what's in statute. But what has changed is the messaging around it. I remember after this was passed, many young women thought that abortion was completely banned in the state of New Hampshire. Now, where that came from, I can't point a finger, and I'm not going to. I'm not going to play the blame game. That serves no purpose. What we need to do is to make sure that everyone understands that if a woman wants to have an abortion in the state of New Hampshire, they can until the 24th week. Oh, and by the way, there are provisions in law for after 24 weeks. Why there's this mass confusion is beyond me, because the law has always been clear. Now, my colleague from District 21 at the beginning of her floor speech quoted Senate Bill 272. Yes, it seeks to clarify. Why? Because the rights of parents are located in a variety of different statutes. What it seeks to do is to pull them all into one place. But yet this, what you're going to do is, if this passes, is you're going to have the Fetal Protection Act in one statute, and this is going to be in a different statute. How is that providing clarity? How? This is a huge issue, Mr. President, and I think you can see it by the discussion here today. And I have to ask, because my good friend from District 15 talked a lot about the federal government. Why hasn't the federal government proposed a constitution to a constitutional amendment to our federal constitution that would guarantee a woman's right to abortion? Why haven't they done that? Because a lot of this confusion would go away, wouldn't it? It would go away. And that protection would supersede whatever we had in law. Because we all know in this room that you can pass a law this year with this legislature, but the next one can repeal it and take it away. If you are that interested in it, why aren't you forcing our federal delegation to do something about it, if it is that critical? But yet, I don't know about any of you, I haven't heard a word. I haven't seen any proposed legislation being passed. That would surely clear up whatever confusion exists in the state of New Hampshire. So perhaps what we can do in an effort of working together is put together a resolution asking our federal delegation to file a constitutional amendment. We're going to keep going around and around and around about this, Mr. President, and it's truly unfortunate because the law is very, very, very clear. And I understand what other states are doing, but that is not New Hampshire. That is not us. And if another state tries to impose their law on New Hampshire, good luck. And this is again where we need the federal folks to get involved, because they can pass a law, a federal law, that would prevent another state from reaching in because it's interstate. We can't control that. So, Mr. President, I really think that our law is crystal clear. A woman can safely get an abortion here in New Hampshire up to 24 weeks. And this is not needed. Thank you very much, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Carson. Do you have a question? Senator Lang? A question of Senator Carson.
Thank you, Senator, for taking my question. So we heard earlier in the debate about the website of Planned Parenthood. So Planned Parenthood, the largest abortion provider in the nation, and specifically on Planned Parenthood New England, the top headline on their abortion services says, abortion remains safe and legal in Maine, New Hampshire, and Vermont. Excluding Maine and Vermont, because we're not making laws for them today, but excluding Maine and Vermont, if I support the committee recommendation of ITL, does that statement still remain true that abortion remains safe and legal in the state of New Hampshire?
Thank you for the question, Senator. Yes, it does.
Thank you.
Senator Whitley, a question.
Thank you. A question of my colleague from District 21.
Oh,
Sorry.
I thought it was
You want
me.
one too? You want one too?
I don't care. I thought it was me.
Yes. Thank you. Okay, so what I have heard from this debate is everyone agrees that we should not have restrictions, and everyone feels like the law is clear, that there is safe and legal abortion. But what we are talking about is putting in statute that right? That yes, I would agree that abortion is safe and accessible right now up to the 24 weeks. But what we are asking for is to put that right that we had in Roe, to put that into statute. Assuming we all agree that we should have that right, what is the harm of putting it in statute? As a lawyer, do you see any harm in enumerating that? Plain as day. Do you see any harm?
Thank you for the question, Senator. I see no harm, and I will remind the body again that our words and our will are not enough to give people rights. We have to put words on a page and act.
Thank you, Senator Whitley. Senator Perkins-Quokka. Okay. Senator Soucy has asked for a roll call. I'm assuming it's been seconded. Senator Birdsall has done that. So the question is on adoption of the committee recommendation of inexpedient to legislate. Everybody's in their seat? Great. The clerk will please call the roll.
Senator Gendrew.
Yes.
Senator Lang.
Yes.
Senator Waters.
No.
Senator Prentiss.
No.
Senator Gray.
Yes.
Senator Innes.
Yes.
Senator Ward.
Yes.
Senator Rishardi.
Yes.
Senator Fenton.
No.
Senator Chanley.
No.
Senator Avard.
Yes.
Senator Rosenwald.
No.
Senator Carson.
Yes.
Senator Whitley.
No.
Senator Murphy.
Yes.
Senator Pearl.
Yes.
Senator Soucy.
No.
Senator Birdsall.
Yes.
Senator D'Alessandro.
No.
Senator Perkins-Quokka.
No.
Senator Abbas.
Yes.
Senator Gannon.
Yes.
Senator Altschiller.
No.
And Senator Bradley.
Yes. The ayes have it, 14-10. The motion of inexpedient to legislate is adopted. We're going to take a brief recess, but everybody should remain in their seat because I'm going to recognize Senator Whitley at this point.
Thank you, Mr. President. It is really my honor right now to rise after such a vigorous debate to share something that I think all of our colleagues really agree with. I think it's safe to say that everyone in this body has an immense amount of respect and appreciation for the first responders in our state. From our firefighters to our members of law enforcement to our emergency medical technicians who all without hesitation run towards emergencies, disasters, and catastrophic events. The Granite State is a better, safer place because of their acts of courage and sacrifice. And I think it's also safe to say that every member of this body knows, personally or in their community, a fantastic first responder. In fact, we have one in this chamber who I have personally seen run to emergencies when they happen. My colleague and dear friend from District 5 has served this state and the nation through her 20 years of leadership in emergency medical services at the national, state, and regional levels, and served as New Hampshire's first female chief of EMS at the Department of Safety and the state's trauma system coordinator. I have always been inspired by my friend from District 5's drive and dedication to her work here in the Senate and her work as an EMT. Sharing an office with her, I can fully attest to the fact that her schedule is something I'm not sure any of us would be able to keep up with except for her. She is constantly triaging work calls and meetings with constituent requests and championing her important pieces of legislation on behalf of all of the residents within our state. As we all know, Senator Prentiss is an incredibly effective legislator, reaching across the aisle to improve the lives of all Granite Staters. She is tireless, not only in her work ethic and commitment, but also in her kindness and willing to hold space for me and my colleagues when we need it. And so, Mr. President, on behalf of the entire Senate, I would like to present this whereas, recognizing what we all already knew, that my dear friend has provided life-saving work in so many ways and is now being recognized for this with the NAEMT 2023 recipient of the EMS Advocate of the Year Award. So please join me in congratulating the Senator from District 5 on her well-deserved recognition.
Congratulations, Senator Prentiss. And I apologize for letting the cat out of the bag. Okay, the Senate will come back into recess. Senator Carson.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would like a 5-minute recess.
Okay, we will stay in recess. Senate will come out of recess, and we will please be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Committee on Judiciary, to which was referred House Bill 224 FN, an act repealing the criminal and civil penalties from the Fetal Life Protection Act. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is inexpedient to legislate by a vote of 3-2. Senator Abbas for the committee.
Senator Abbas.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise in support of the committee's recommendation of inexpedient to legislate. And what this would do, just in respect to the Fetal Life Protection Act, would just eliminate the civil and criminal penalties. Now, I had a really good conversation with the prime sponsor of this bill, and it was really, we had a really good conversation, and I really appreciate the rhetoric we both used when we spoke with each other about the pros and cons of the penalties that's currently on the books. And I think for me, it really comes down to the enforceability side of the law. And for any law, for that matter, when it comes to the enforceability of it, there needs to be a penalty. Now, by removing the penalty, essentially makes this law, I understand there's some perhaps licensing issues, maybe insurance issues, whatnot. We didn't really get much of the details of that in the committee during the public hearing. I just think having no penalty kind of makes the law unenforceable. And when you have a situation, this is a new law, it was effective since January 1st of 2022. We've heard a lot of testimony that doctors won't come here anymore because they're concerns with the penalty. Well, other states who have penalties did not have such a problem. It seemed it was more speculation than based on evidence-based. Now, again, this 5 years from now, we may have some data suggesting otherwise. Perhaps we would revisit this issue then. But I think based on what was presented to the committee, there was really no concrete evidence that doctors themselves would not practice here in New Hampshire because of the concern of a penalty. And there was a lot of testimony that was given suggesting that this is the Fetal Life Protection Act is the only law in New Hampshire where a doctor can face a penalty for performing a medical procedure that's against public policy or against the law. That's just not accurate. There are other laws on the books that have criminal penalties potentially for doctors. So they do exist. So I think what we should do is really see what the data is in a couple of years, and then we can merely make an informed decision. There was no suggestion on reducing the penalty. There was no real conversation on that either. Right now it's a Class B felony if a doctor were to perform any type of abortion that conflicts with the Fetal Life Protection Act. And I think what we want to do is just focus on what would happen to a law if we removed the penalty. What would its effect be? And I would have concerns that for any law, for that matter, may not be enforceable. So please join me in supporting the committee's recommendation of inexpedient to legislate. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Abbas. The motion is inexpedient to legislate. Further discussion. Senator Prentiss.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise respectfully in opposition to the inexpedient to legislate recommendation, and I'm going to tell you why, and I think during that I'll be able to address some of the good senator from District 22, I'm getting this 22 down, comments, and I do appreciate that you've spent time talking with the prime sponsor of this. I think that this is an important piece as we move forward in a bipartisan way. So this bill is fairly straightforward. It repeals the criminal and civil penalties associated with New Hampshire's current abortion ban. And as we've talked about, these penalties include a felony conviction, jail time possibly up to 7 years, and a fine. However, what's not simple is what we do have to face with this law, and that it affects women who want to have children more than those that are seeking abortions. And I'm going to tell you, or I'm going to do my best to tell you why. So I think we all know I represent the Upper Valley, District 5, and it is the home to Dartmouth Health, Dartmouth Hitchcock Medical Center, which not just serves District 5, but serves the entire state. And we know that women and families travel from throughout the entire state and the region to Dartmouth Health and their affiliates for obstetrical care, for high-risk obstetrical care, for neonatal specialty care. Okay? These are all parts of the maternal fetal landscape that I have a concern about as we move forward. As we know, and we've heard directly from those impacted, criminalizing doctors for doing their job, for providing compassionate quality care to their patients has an impact, will have an impact on the recruitment and retention of physicians, primarily those specialties that I have talked about. We know that labor and delivery units, birthing centers, obstetrical wings, however different hospitals call the centers where babies have been delivered. We know that we have 26 acute care facilities, that we have now 11 in the last 20 years that are no longer providing these services, leaving us with 15 centers, 15 hospitals that have labor and delivery units. Now, we also know that these closed before. Some of these had closed and were making their way to closing before the Fetal Life Protection Act, the 24-week ban was implemented that had this provision in it. But so these units, again, this was happening before, but this was happening because of costs associated with insurance. This was happening already because of recruitment of providers. Malpractice insurance is a serious issue that we've heard about, and we've heard about it in Senate HHS as well. And again, this has been impacting mostly the smaller hospitals, but we also know that this is no longer a rural problem in New Hampshire, that this has become a more urban problem. So we have this imbalance, this gap, okay, that is already in place. And I'm going to share with you, some of the data. It's limited data that's come out of Idaho, and I know this is New Hampshire, but this is the first place that's actually, taken a scientific look at this, say what actually could happen. So my thinking is, why would we wait to see if this happened, and why wouldn't we act sooner rather than later? Because again, 26, 15, we're already starting out on the wrong side of this. So in the Idaho Capital Sun, and this was recently published, and I don't often bring in data from other states, but this is relevant. The Idaho Coalition for Safe Reproductive Health Care, they did a survey, and they said their response rate was robust and it's statistically sound. So the survey asked Idaho's abortion law, if I may read, Mr. President, the survey asks how the Idaho abortion laws affect Idaho's maternal health care doctors, but specifically whether these laws are causing doctors to leave the state. This survey, in essence, predicts the availability of maternal health care services across Idaho in the coming years. Here are some of the questions and answers, actually, the two that were asked, and it's all we really need to know. Number one, are you considering relocating out of state in the next year? 48 said yes, 42 said no, 27 said maybe. But number two, are Idaho's restrictive abortion laws contributing to the consideration of leaving the medical practice in Idaho? 73 said yes, 2 said no, and 0 for other. So this survey just gives us, this is again the state of Idaho, predominantly rural, set up somewhat similar to New Hampshire, but I think what's most important here is they're assessing healthcare services across Idaho in coming years. And that's what I'm asking us all to consider in this conversation today. As I mentioned earlier, well, I didn't mention this earlier, but I'm a co-sponsor of this bill, and I worked in a bipartisan manner with members, some of the House Republicans and our prime sponsor, Dan Wolf, because I am extremely concerned about the decline in OBGYNs that are working in the state and will continue to work in the state. Why come to New Hampshire and face criminalization for doing your job, for providing compassionate care? This also makes it harder to attract young families who will consider coming to this region, because where are they going to have their children? So that's an important piece of this to consider in terms of access to maternity care for our growing families. So with this said, I believe that there is a penalty, okay, there's teeth that's available to us in this situation. And I used to run, ran a regulatory agency, a licensing agency in the state, and we were able to revoke and suspend licenses. This exists for us. So I think that we should be considering, and if we are able, if enough of my colleagues will join me in overturning this recommendation, I'd like to put forward an amendment that actually brings that language forward rather than the criminal and civil penalties the way this is laid out. So as I wrap up today, I have a mission. It's pretty clear. I've been talking about it now for almost, well, I guess we're going on 3 years. I want to build a prosperous, more inclusive New Hampshire. And that prosperous, more inclusive New Hampshire includes growing families, includes a healthcare system that is available to them and to these families, obstetrical care, when they want to grow. So I want to thank everybody for your time. Thank you, Mr. President. Again, I have an amendment to offer should this recommendation be overturned. And that's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Prentiss. Senator Innes for a question of?
Senator from District 5, please.
Senator Prentiss.
Thank you for
I will take your question.
Thank you for taking my question, Senator. Very simple question. I'm not familiar with the Idaho laws around abortion. Could you maybe share those so we have perspective on their structure relative to our own?
So there is a similar abortion ban in place and criminalization of physicians or healthcare providers that would be providing abortion care in the later stages of pregnancy.
Do they have a number of weeks after which that takes place, similar to ours, different from ours?
No, I appreciate your line. I appreciate
Yeah.
your questioning. I'm not that familiar, like at that level of detail.
Okay.
But they, along with a number of other states, I'm sure as you know, including New Hampshire, have taken similar actions. So they are now assessing what's that impact going to be.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for your question.
Thank you, Senator Innes. Senator Prentiss. Senator Gannon, a question of?
The good senator of District 5.
Senator Prentiss.
I will take your question. Hello,
Hi, Senator
Senator Gannon.
Prentiss. Good to talk to you. Just a couple of brief questions. So I've had a lot of time on my hands lately. So I've read and talked to a lot of OBGYNs as I wander through the hospital. And everything I see and read says there's only 16% of OBGs perform abortions. Is that correct? So most of them aren't going to be affected because they themselves don't do the abortions. Is that correct?
So, Senator Gannon, what I'm talking about is not those that are doing abortions, but those that are providing obstetrical care, providing high-risk obstetrical care, neonatal care, and if I may, the Elliott Hospital is part of Solution One. It was either 200 or 300 of their providers signed a letter to us in, I think it was 2021, bringing their concerns forward about this very issue. So this is more about the healthcare, the maternal fetal healthcare landscape going into the future. Thank you.
Quick follow-up, just one more question if you take it.
Oh, absolutely. Making sure I hear him. I don't
Okay.
know.
So when I've taught, so somehow even this morning I had an OBGYN come in with my doctor. I tried to talk her into staying here, but she's going to Maine. She's committed. As I tell everyone to stay here. But when I talk to all of them, I've been talking to a lot of them about here, the different doctors as I wander around, and they all tell me that it isn't a shortage of that type of practice. They're short nurses, not the OBGYN and medical doctors who would do that. It's a nurse shortage. And we're an aging population, less children are getting born. So that's part of the factor going in. Do you not think those are all elements too?
Thank you for the question. The good senator from District 23. There is a shortage of nursing care providers. That we've known it from before the pandemic, really through the pandemic, and as we're moving forward today. I don't believe that we know the full impact of this yet because we have not studied this, but now we have a state that has asked these questions and is saying, look, these providers are considering leaving the state. They're considering not practicing here. So although, the laws passed recently, and my position is we shouldn't wait to see less providers come to this state. We should act on this now so we continue to be, again, a prosperous, inclusive state of New Hampshire. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator.
Should I sit down? Okay, no, I
Thank
just
you,
want-
Senator Gannon and Senator Prentiss. Further discussion. Senator Chandley.
President, I'll try not to repeat what the senator from District 5 said, because I know that our discussions have been long this morning, and I will try to stay on point. HB 224 repeals the civil and the criminal penalties enacted through the Fetal Life Protection Act, which was passed through the budget in the previous term. I urge the members to vote down the ITL and support a subsequent motion. Both the civil and the criminal penalties are unnecessary and potentially damaging. They have the potential of having far-reaching unintended consequences. As we heard from dozens of constituencies, these penalties significantly hamper the ability of medical institutions to attract and retain providers. Furthermore, providers are truly concerned that the medical treatment of a patient in need will be constrained, second-guessed, and challenged. Moreover, as we heard from the senator from District 5, these decisions affect real lives. The pregnant folks who are undergoing treatment will undoubtedly suffer. Now, regarding the civil penalties, in particular, please hear me when I say that these penalties will open the floodgates to litigation. As written, I am concerned that even a single act could result in dozens of lawsuits. I am not a lawyer, as you know, but my reading of this statute says the father of the fetus, if the father is married to the pregnant person, the mother of the pregnant person, if that person is under 18, the father of the pregnant person, if that person is under 18, and the pregnant person herself can all bring suit against the healthcare provider as defined in the RSA as any person who provides healthcare services, including, but not limited to, MDs, DOs, RNs, NPs, PAs, and LNAs. Any employee, further includes, and I am quoting here, any employee of the medical facility. It is absurd to consider that there could be civil suits brought by as many as 3 or 4 parties against doctors, dietary workers, lab technicians, phlebotomists, security guards, nurse practitioners, CNAs, and countless others. Most importantly, I'm not at all sure that the same parties could not also bring a civil suit against the mother of the fetus. We are talking about monetary judgments that may be enforced for as many as 20 years. The consequences and penalties, criminal and civil, are myriad. They may well be destructive and disruptive, and certainly they will include those that are unintended. Please join me in voting no on the ITL motion. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Senator Chandley. Senator D'Alessandro to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. It's been a long morning, so I don't want to extend it dramatically, but I looked at my watch today, and the face of the watch says, "Achieve the honorable." It's a worthy cause, isn't it? Achieve the honorable. This piece of legislation should be overturned. There's no question in my mind. It should be overturned. And by doing that, we are achieving the honorable. We can't get doctors, OBGYNs. They will not come to New Hampshire. We know that. Try to get a family physician. Try to get a family physician to pick you up. We lost our family physician who we had for 20 years. We had to search and search and search to get someone to take us. Doctors are leaving in droves. They are leaving in droves. These are men who, based on the Hippocratic Oath, are there to serve us, to take care of us, to provide for us. And yet, what do? Punish them? Punish them for taking care of us, doing the best that they can. Doesn't sound reasonable to me. Doesn't sound like the honorable thing to do. Think about that. When I was on the Executive Council, we had a malpractice situation that was driving doctors out of our state. What did we do as a state? We created a fund so that we insured these doctors. We insured them, and they remained here. This is doing the opposite. Let's not do that. Let's achieve the honorable. Let's flip this, go forward, and do the right thing for the people of the state of New Hampshire. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator D'Alessandro. Senator Susi to speak.
Mr. President, I too rise in opposition to the pending motion. You know, if we learned anything since the fall of Roe versus Wade last summer, it's that when citizens, doctors, medical professionals, advocates, and women, who are the true experts of their personal health care decisions, raise alarm bells, we should listen. We've seen that what happens when we don't listen to women. It was just last year when many women of this state voiced their concerns about the imminent fall of Roe and the need for legal protections to ensure safe, legal, and accessible abortion care through healthcare providers in New Hampshire. Today, I think we need to listen to those voices. And what they are saying is that we need to untie the hands of our state's reproductive health care providers. We've heard from so many that criminalizing medical professionals does not ensure safe, legal, and, most importantly, accessible abortion care in the Granite State. Instead, criminalizing and subjecting healthcare providers to legal penalties directly inhibits access to care and puts the health of the women in our state unjustifiably at risk for pregnancy complications or even death. Medical decisions related to reproductive health care and abortion care access are always personal, deserving of the utmost privacy and discretion between a pregnant patient and their doctor. These decisions are difficult and even devastating for a woman. Yet, we, through this legislation and through these criminal penalties, are trying to insert the state into these decisions. You know, we've already seen, as my colleague from District 5 mentioned, so many labor and delivery units close around the state, and no one can question that we're in a healthcare workforce shortage. Leaving these criminal penalties in place will send a message to the providers here, and especially those considering moving here, that we as a state believe that a decision that should be fundamentally between a woman and their doctor could potentially be a criminal one. We're telling them that if they make a decision in the interest of the health and potential life of a woman, they could face criminal penalties. I don't know about you, Mr. President, but I don't know if I was a physician that I would want to practice in a state with that looming threat and the second guessing of my expert decisions. We have said it before, and I will say it again. The legislature does not belong in a doctor's office, a medical procedure space, or an abortion clinic. My colleagues, I hope you will join with me in voting down the motion of inexpedience so that an ought-to-pass motion can be offered. We can pass this important bipartisan legislation and send the right message to the women of the state of New Hampshire and to the providers of their health care. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Susi. Senator Avard to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. You know, we heard that words matter, and I believe that. In high school, my teacher taught us that semantics were the atom bomb of persuasion. Nations rise and fall on words. I believe that we were created by our Creator when He spoke words. And the words meant something, and He created us in His image, male and female. I believe that with all my heart. And I believe there are thousands, yea, millions who believe that as well. And our foundations and biblical principles, Judeo-Christian principles. I know that's hard for some to swallow, but that's how we had our founding. We talked about the Hippocratic Oath. In that oath, it says, do no harm, Mr. President. I believe that that child from conception, that baby from conception, is a human being with a soul and DNA, which describes its own thumbprints, the color of her eyes, her hair, how long she's going to live. I believe she's a living soul created in the image of God, both her and him. And I've kept silent in the last 4 terms. I've kept my mouth shut. And like the prophet Jeremiah, it's rottenness to my bones. God told Jeremiah, before I formed you in the belly, I knew you. And before you came out of the womb, I set you apart, and I ordained you to be a prophet. So either there's a God or there's no God. And that's your decision. But according to him, he says it matters. If you're an Old Testament person, if you're a New Testament person, in the book of Luke, it came to pass that when Elizabeth heard the salutations of Mary, the baby leaped in her womb, and Elizabeth was filled with the Holy Ghost. It matters. What does this have to do with doctors? We're getting there. In 2022, we heard a bill, SB 393. Remember that bill? It had to do with incarcerated pregnant women who should not be restrained because the baby would be in danger of being harmed. My beloved colleague from Senate 15, her own words. Research has shown that the shackling of a pregnant woman can pose serious health or injury to the mom and baby. And with passion, that was brought before us. My beloved colleague from Senate 5 said basically the same thing. Shackling a pregnant woman poses serious health risks to both the mother and the baby. After 8 weeks, this baby is fully formed, Mr. President. Fully formed. And it's a carnage to millions of people saying, no, your life doesn't matter enough to protect it. This child is made in the image of God. And his angels and her angels do look on their face. So having this passion and having this ideology that I believe this is a human baby in the fetal stage who's changing from inception all the way to 99 years old, but just in a different location. But I compromised, Mr. President, and I voted for the 24 weeks. Now I'm only asking that we support the committee's recommendation so after 24 weeks we can at least give this child the opportunity to live. And if we have laws and don't enforce them, what good are they? Mr. President, I have to speak up for the children. We had, 1,300 people sign in against the bill. I just have to open my mouth and speak up for them. Do what you will, believe what you want, and that is your prerogative. but I believe somebody needs to speak up for the babies that are 24 weeks in the womb. I'm not going to take questions. I had to speak my mind, and I thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you, Senator Avard. Senator D'Alessandro.
Thank you, Mr. President. It's over. But my point was going to be, point of order, we should be speaking to the content of bills. I mean, that's what we're here for. I think we were straying a little bit afar. And as a result of that, we have a prolonged discussion, but it has nothing to do with the merits of the piece of legislation we're discussing. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator D'Alessandro. I think all of us will take that into account. All right, I believe we're on our last speaker, Senator Prentiss. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President, and I promise to be brief. 3 things. Number 1, as I said in my opening comments, this law affects women who want to have children more than those seeking abortion. So this is the maternal fetal landscape. Number 2, we should act now, not wait. 2 years ago, I believe it was, I spoke to this when we were over in the House of Representatives, working out of there as our Senate chamber, and I talked about a high-risk practice, a Dartmouth high-risk practice that's actually located in Bedford, in one of the more, urban suburban regions of our state, and that at that point, and it was a high-risk obstetrician who lives in Lebanon who contacted me about this and said they had spent 2 years, okay, this is prior to all of this, trying to recruit a provider or providers to staff that practice, to serve those families, those fragile children, those fragile obstetrical situations in the Bedford area. And that, in those 2 years, that's what it took them to actually find somebody. And these doctors from Dartmouth Health, they took turns rotating, leaving Lebanon, leaving Hanover, leaving wherever in the Upper Valley, and would go and stay for a number of days so that these women and their families could have these services. So I'm asking you, again, to act now. And last but not least, we do have an enforcement tool at our disposal. This does not, we have the capability to impact the license of a care provider, someone who has gone, done their undergraduate work, has gone to medical school, has done a residency, maybe even done a fellowship, especially when we get into some of the more higher risk specialties. That's hundreds of thousands of dollars of investment and time. And for them to put that on the line, we need to consider that. So it's not going without an enforcement in that's in our current law that we could bring into amend this bill and make that the prime piece. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Senator Prentiss. I apologize. I hadn't recognized Senator Carson as the last speaker.
Thank you, Mr. President. Again, another great discussion, and I commend my colleagues for that discussion. We heard this bill, and this is not the first time we've reheard this bill about penalties for doctors and medical personnel that violate the Fetal Protection Act. Mr. President, New Hampshire is one of 23 states that have criminal penalties for physicians that violate their state law concerning abortions. We are, quite frankly, right dab in the middle, which we tend to do that. The penalties range from 1 year in prison to life in prison. We are, again, right in the middle. And we also have had testimony that nowhere else in our statutes do we criminalize the actions of medical personnel. That is not true. Look at the statute concerning female genital mutilation. Medical personnel are criminally penalized for performing that procedure. So this is not something that's atypical. It is something that we have discussed. And I think it's also important that we really need to turn an open eye as to why doctors are not are not coming here. Because that was the main reason why we need to repeal these. First of all, no one is above the law. No one. And that includes a physician or a medical personnel. They're not. And they are subject to our laws. I talked to some physicians in my district. They're telling me that hospitals are closing maternity wards because few issues. Number one, women in New Hampshire are not having as many babies as they used to. All you have to do is look at our school enrollments and the decline in enrollment over the past 10 years. They're just not having children anymore. Secondly, the paperwork. The paperwork is oppressive that they have to do. It's incredible. Thirdly, and I think important for us to realize in this discussion, hospitals aren't making money on maternity wards. Because again, women are not having children. So what are we really talking about here? Let's be honest about what's going on. These are reasonable penalties. No one is above the law. Absolutely no one. If they violate the law, we must hold people accountable. Or as one of my colleagues on the floor said here this afternoon, what good is having a law? What good is it? If someone violates the law, oh well, we'll just move on. No, it's not appropriate. What we've done in here, Mr. President, is, I believe, very reasonable. I do believe that the conversation around this will continue, but right now, this is what we have in front of us, as our good friend from District 20 has said. This is the legislation we have. I rise to ask the body to support the committee decision of ITL. Thank you very much, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Carson. A roll call has been requested by Senator Soucy, seconded by Senator Birdsall. The question is on adoption of the committee recommendation of inexpedient to legislate. The clerk will please call the roll.
Senator Gendrew.
Yes.
Senator Lang.
Yes.
Senator Waters.
No.
Senator Prentiss.
No.
Senator Gray.
Yes.
Senator Innes.
Yes.
Senator Ward.
Yes.
Senator Rishardi.
Yes.
Senator Fenton.
No.
Senator Chanley.
No.
Senator Avard.
Yes.
Senator Rosenwald.
No.
Senator Carson.
Yes.
Senator Whitley.
No.
Senator Murphy.
Yes.
Senator Pearl.
Yes.
Senator Soucy.
No.
Senator Birdsall.
Yes.
Senator D'Alessandro. No. Senator Perkins Quokka.
No.
Senator Abbas.
Yes.
Senator Gannon.
Yes.
Senator Altschiller.
No.
Senator Bradley.
Yes. The ayes have it, 14 to 10. The motion of inexpedient to legislate is adopted. So, given that we may not have Senator Gannon for too much longer, I would propose that we try to do the two special ordered bills before we take a break. So the Senate will please be attentive to the clerk.
I know. They're waiting for the EBA.
We will do the enrolled bill amendments after we do the next two bills. The Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Committee on Commerce, to which was referred House Bill 117, an act relative to the termination of tenancy at the expiration of tenancy or lease term. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is inexpedient to legislate by a vote of 4-0. Senator Soucy for the committee.
Senator Soucy.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move House Bill 117, inexpedient to legislate. This bill would have overturned the precedent set by the New Hampshire Supreme Court in Amico Properties versus Zuas by allowing a landlord to evict a tenant at the expiration of a tenancy or lease term. The court, in considering this in 2005, interestingly, said, were the mere expiration of a lease to constitute good cause, then tenants could be evicted arbitrarily from their homes, even through no fault of their own. Such evictions, as the legislature undoubtedly realized, create substantial hardship. At worst, tenants may become homeless as a result. Even when another residence is procured, the tenant must bear the expenses and inconveniences of moving. We were told during the hearing, as we listened to several hours of testimony on this legislation, that between January and February of 2023, there were 492 evictions, and at that pace, there could be as many as 6,000 people evicted here in New Hampshire this year alone. Those particularly at risk of being evicted include veterans, the elderly, individuals with disabilities, and those living paycheck to paycheck. Given our low housing inventory and rental vacancies, it could be almost impossible for evicted tenants to find suitable housing within the 30-day notice. In that time, an individual could be displaced from their community or their job, even if the individual did find a rental unit, but they would have to incur significant costs, potentially for submitting an application, paying a security deposit, or moving fees. It is important to emphasize that landlords already have numerous good cause reasons that can be used to evict a tenant, such as not agreeing to pay rent, property needing renovation, prospective buyer requiring a unit to be vacant, or a landlord wanting a family member to move in. For all of these reasons, Mr. President, the majority of the Commerce Committee asks for your support in the motion of inexpedient to legislate on House Bill 117. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Soucy. The motion is inexpedient to legislate. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the question is on adoption of the committee recommendation of inexpedient to legislate. Are you ready for the question? Discussion?
Yes.
Senator Carson.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise in opposition to the motion of ITL, and I ask the body to overturn the ITL so that I can offer a different motion. Mr. President, I read this bill, I read the hearing report, and I came to the conclusion that a contract is a contract is a contract. And this is a contract between a landlord and a tenant. Each side has stated responsibilities, duties and responsibilities. So what happens to a tenant when that runs out, that lease runs out, and they decide they're going to stay? They become a tenant at will. A landlord can pretty much do whatever they like. They can double their rent. They can add on fees, all other kinds of things. How does that protect a tenant? It's the contract, Mr. President, that protects the tenant. And I just will refer to the testimony from Representative Lynn. He stated that it's been the Amico decision has been an unprecedented violation of contract rights because the termination of a tenancy did not constitute good cause. He goes on to quote Judge Joseph Netto, who wrote a dissenting decision that said, under the majority's interpretation, lease provisions purporting to limit the lease to a specified duration have no meaning. The effect of the majority's interpretation is to create a perpetual tenancy, virtually a life interest, in favor of a tenant of restricted property covered by the statute. I do not believe that was the intent of the landlord-tenant statute. So what happens to a tenant if the landlord decides they're going to evict? Well, we all know that it's a drawn-out process. It can take months. But both sides are hurt by that. The landlord, because they have to go through that process, but also the tenant, because now they will have been evicted, and the next landlord they go to, they're going to ask them, have you ever been evicted from a property? And they have to answer yes. They will ask for references. Is that landlord going to give them the opportunity to rent? I'm not sure. They'll probably think twice about it if a tenant had been evicted. Mr. President, what this bill seeks to do is to correct a problem that came into existence in 2005 with the Amico decision. This passed on a bipartisan basis in the House. And I think that it's time that we make a correction to the decision and interpretation of the landlord-tenant statutes that we have. Thank you very much, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Carson. Senator Ricciardi to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would urge this body to vote yes on the ITL motion. We heard a lot of testimony in our committee. This bill would allow landlords to evict their tenants for any reason within 30 days' notice if they've been a tenant for 6 months or longer. According to a 2022 report published by the New Hampshire Housing Finance Authority, statewide median gross rent continues to climb. For 2-bedroom units, the vacancy rate is only 0.3%, and there is a vacancy rate of only 0.5% for all rentals. The national average is 5.8%. Timing is everything when we're making some of these decisions, and 30 days' notice is simply not enough for the average Granite Stater to find an accommodation when there is only a 0.5% vacancy. If this bill passed, this would lead to an even greater increase of housing instability in our state and homelessness. Our state is already facing a rising rate of housing insecurity exacerbated by the pandemic. Now is not the right time to pass a bill that could increase that population and lead to even more Granite Staters on our streets. Instead, we should focus on bills that seek to address these problems our state is facing and not make problems worse, such as bills that invest in affordable housing. Existing landlords have protections. We have heard that this bill will prevent new landlords from renting apartments, but with rental rates soaring, the reality is that landlords are in a higher position of power over renters. They can charge extremely high rates because there is a lot of demand with little supply. Landlords also already have the right under existing statute to evict tenants for non-payment, for violating the terms of the lease, or any good cause. As a matter of fact, they can even move a family member in and evict somebody. This bill would simply hurt individuals and families who are trying to live in our state. I would urge this body to vote yes on the ITL motion, and then perhaps next year, someone can put forward a bill that addresses the concerns of landlords without harming our renting Granite Staters. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Ricciardi. Senator Murphy for a question.
President, I have a question for the senator from District 14, please.
Senator Carson.
Thank you, Senator, for taking the question. We just heard that this bill would allow a landlord to evict a tenant pretty much for any reason whatsoever. But to be clear, the bill says upon the expiration of the lease. Is that correct?
Yes.
Thank you. Follow-up question? Given that we're facing historic difficulties in having enough housing in the state, would this bill make it easier or harder to attract more people into the leasing industry, more landlords, and solve that problem?
Thank you very much for the question. I believe that it is going to make it more difficult for landlords. If I can expound on that, I received an email this morning from a landlord who asked me to please rise and support the bill and pass it because he said, I need it. I have had trouble with tenants. One tenant was responsible for an infestation of cockroaches. And after he told the landlord had the place fumigated, and the tenant was supposed to take care of things and didn't do it, and it was just a huge problem. He had another tenant who, in violation of the lease, was smoking in the apartment, and he was scared to death, as well as the other tenants in the building, that this person was going to cause a fire. And he said, the only way I can remove those folks is because the lease is up. So, again, I think I've answered your question.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank
you, Senator. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Murphy. Senator Gannon for a question.
Thank you, Mr. President. A question for the good senator from District 9, if she'd take it.
Senator Shardy.
Thank you, I will.
Thank you for taking my question. So as you know, I've been in the hospital since March 21st. So hypothetically, if I had a rental unit in Manchester and I got notice, it's the end of my tenancy, I've been in the hospital for serious things for 3 weeks. I'll be in for another week or two. I could find myself out on the street. If I got, one leg, can't move the furniture, I'm going to be in a bad state. There's no rental units available. I compare it also to an old person who, an old couple or a single mother, and they could have been indisposed for this month. Now they're getting home. They have no home to go to. So do you think that by ITLing this, you're going to protect people in bad situations?
Yes, I do.
Thank you, Senator.
Thank you, Senator Gannon. Senator Shardy. Senator Perkins-Cuoco to speak.
Yeah, just briefly, Mr. President, I think this has been a good debate. I just wanted to offer for those, considering this, that what Senator Shardy said is correct. I mean, right now, there's a balance of power. And yes, this is a contract. I think we all agree, that having this contract helps the market function, but it's also people's homes. And so right now, the landlord does have to show cause for eviction. Cause can be very broad. As noted, it can include raising rent to a level the tenant doesn't want to pay, so it retains a lot of freedom of contract elements. And I think it's important to note that if a tenant is evicted, that eviction does go on their record, and there's no space available for the landlord to give a reason. So they're not able to simply say, evicted for no reason. And so it is something that follows people, again, in what is a really tight housing market for people that probably really need their homes. So I appreciate your consideration of that. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Perkins-Cuoco. I don't see any further discussion, so the question is on adoption of the committee recommendation of inexpedient to legislate. Are you ready for the question? All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, no? No. The ayes have it. The motion of inexpedient to legislate is adopted. The Senate will be attentive to the, I'm sorry. We will now consider an enrolled bill amendment. And so just let me explain the process for 1 second, because it's a little bit unusual. We're trying to get Senate Bill 49 signed into law today. I think everybody should have the enrolled bill amendment. It just changes a bracket. I think everybody's okay with it. After we approve this, it has to go to the Secretary of State, and we'll have to vote on the report. But that's why we're taking it up now. So, Senator Soucy, yes, sir, please.
Mr. President, parliamentary inquiry. My understanding of this report is, although it says it's grammatical, it's actually amending in section 3 of the bill, the portion that left in on or before prior to the words March 1st, 2023. My understanding is it's just extending the deletion to that so that it's clear we're talking about within 60 days of the effective date. Would that be correct, Mr. President?
That would be correct.
Thank you.
Thank you for explaining that. I really appreciate that. Okay. Without objection, the enrolled bill amendment on Senate Bill 49 is adopted. Thank you very much. Okay. We still have Senator Gannon, so let's try to get through energy and natural resources. So the Senate will please be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Committee on Energy and Natural Resources, to which was referred House Bill 56, an act relative to permits for siting of new landfills. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is inexpedient to legislate by a vote of 3-2. Senator Avard for the committee.
Senator Avard.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move House Bill 56 inexpedient to legislate. House Bill 56 would have directed the Department of Environmental Services to establish a formula to determine the distance in which a landfill shall be located from a body of water. And as the committee heard during the hearing, the Department of Environmental Services had several concerns with HB 56. The department's concerns included terms in this bill that had not been defined, which would have caused problems on implementation, the science that this bill also for site evaluation and potential impacts for future landfill sites in New Hampshire. However, the department testified that they fully support Senate Bill 61 as the correct approach to evaluate the siting of landfills. The department stated that, unlike HB 56, SB 61 provides a clean rulemaking process, funding to conduct a study, and public input process. The department also stated that, as of right now, they do not feel that they have enough information to set any specific standards, so they have concerns with this bill that direct them to do so. Based on these concerns, the majority of the Senate and Energy and Natural Resources Committee voted HB 56 as inexpedient to legislate. The Senate Energy asks you to support its motion. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Avard. The motion is inexpedient to legislate. There is further discussion. Senator Altschiller, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise to explain why I believe this body should overturn the committee recommendation of inexpedient to legislate and pass House Bill 56. I'm grateful to my colleague from District 12 for opening the discussion about a previous action that this body took in sending Senate Bill 61 over to the House. That one proposes that the Department of Environmental Services hire an outside consultant to conduct a study of landfill siting standards. We heard testimony on a number of occasions from the department, most recently on April 4th, that they are understaffed and to fulfill their responsibilities in rulemaking to protect our extremely valuable natural resources. And we are sending help through Senate Bill 61. In the meantime, House Bill 56 sets a necessary preliminary protective standard. We have affirmed in this body that our current laws and regulations regarding waste disposal sites are outdated, insufficient, and lacking consideration for what we now know are concerning environmental hazards and threats to the public health and our environment. PFAS has made clear the failure to consider cumulative impacts in siting decisions and in evaluating other waste management activities. The policy questions the committee is obliged to grapple with are larger than engineering problems and involve more than technological design. House Bill 56 is not mutually exclusive to House Bill 61. In fact, they complement each other very well. And we had 511 people sign in to support that, as opposed to only 14 in opposition. Senate Bill 61 has not even had its public hearing in the House yet. To assume its passage as delivered to the House and simultaneously dismiss protections written in House Bill 56 would be reckless. We know we have significant work to do in writing a new solid waste permit standard. Our existing standards are widely recognized as inadequate. Our existing standards leave open threats to our environment and public health. Senate Bill 61 says that the General Court finds that the most protective of these methods is to use of site-specific setbacks. This approach, the one of site-specific setbacks, quote, avoids the possible limitations of the current one-size-fits-all distance-based method, ensures that the setback is based on the conditions at the specific site, and concentrates protections on down gradient water and surface water where it belongs. That is excellent legislation we have sent over in Senate Bill 61, and I sincerely hope the House accepts it as written. House Bill 56 says the protection of perennial rivers, lakes, and coastal waters from contamination is in the public interest of the state of New Hampshire. Therefore, the setback from a leak, spill, or other failure from reaching the water body before a remedial action can be implemented is important. House Bill 56 is an insurance policy that fills the gap between right now and when the work proposed in Senate Bill 61, should it pass, is completed. Passing House Bill 56 just layers safety protections, it minimizes risk, and is a classic belt and suspenders combination. I hope this body will overturn the committee recommendation so that we may indeed make every effort to take immediate action alongside long-term planning to manage our solid waste responsibilities and ensure the protections of our precious water supply. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Altschiller. The bill is still open for discussion. Senator Waters.
Thank you, Mr. President and colleagues. I too rise in opposition to the current motion, but I would like to say that we have made enormous progress on solid waste over the last few terms. And that's been bipartisan effort, and we've made good progress. We have passed a bill to give us a 10-year solid waste planning process. We have passed a bill to do for continuing study of the issue. We have taken great actions about PFAS and other kinds of contamination. The one that we have not quite gotten to yet is what to do about site-specific rules for siting of new landfills, and that has proven tough. And we passed a bill last year, it got vetoed. We've had more discussion about it this year in both bodies. And I think that what is important to note is how much we actually do agree on the issues that are before us here. My colleague from District 24 noted that the protection of perennial rivers, lakes, and coastal waters from contamination of the public interest of the state of New Hampshire, therefore setback from a proposed landfill for such a water body should be sufficient to prevent contamination. Yeah, we agree with that, and the House agrees with that. Also, we have come to agreement that the department, as it says on lines 9 to 10, shall establish a site-specific setback distance for any proposed new landfill from any perennial river, lake, or coastal water of New Hampshire, as defined in RSA 483b4. So that, yes, we should have site-specific rules here. We've also come to agreement through the debate over the last few years that we just don't know enough. The science on hydrology is not there for the DES to be able to make these determinations of how fast contaminants may flow if they breach the liner or otherwise leave the landfill site. So that bill, this bill discusses that, but note that Senate Bill 227, which actually provided funding to do that study and guidelines for it, the senator from District 12 incorporated Senate Bill 227 into Senate Bill 61. So, we agree. We need some science before we can really determine what the setbacks are. So what's the difference here? How do we get there? House Bill 56 says, let's act preemptively now to ensure we've got a 5-year period of potential flow of contaminants, that would be the standard for the setback or the 200 feet. This bill's a little different from 1454 last year because it has a couple of mitigation possibilities that would give you some different year count there, so it did respond to some of the debate last year. I would say, in the context of this bill and in the bill we sent to the House, that we are in a fortunate period because we have, I think, a little time. There is no proposal now before DES for a new landfill. And Senate Bill 61 says that if one comes in while the rulemaking is undergoing, well, okay, it can come in and it can start working on it, but once the rules are passed, that proposal actually will have to be in compliance with the new rules. So I think we are kind of protected for this interim period. Now, in terms of the motion on this, we have obviously we have three options. We could pass this now and see it as actually working in tandem with 61, or we could have retained this and worked with the House to make sure that between the two bills we end up with something this year. We've got to do something this year, and that really was my hope, and that's why I voted against the ITL. Or we could just simply ITL it now. So we've got to do something. I hope we can find a way to move forward with the House. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Waters. The question is on adoption of the committee recommendation of inexpedient to legislate. Seeing no further discussion, are you ready for the question? All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed? No. The ayes have it. The motion of inexpedient to legislate is adopted. So I would propose that we take a break for lunch until 1:45. I think Senator Gannon has to leave us shortly. So we wish you well, Bill. Godspeed. And the Senate will be in recess until 1:45. Thank you. of recess, and I'm going to recognize Senator Altschiller for my absolute favorite motion.
Thank you, Mr. President. In light of the warm temperatures here, I move that all members have the opportunity to relieve themselves of overcoats.
Thank you very much. Okay, the enrolled bill report on Senate Bill 49 should be on everybody's desk. So without objection, the enrolled bill report on House Bill 49, I said Senate Bill 49, I meant House Bill 49, is adopted. And now we will go to the regular calendar, starting with my favorite, a nano brew bill. The Senate will please be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Committee on Commerce, to which was referred, House Bill 167, an act relative to the nano brewery licensing. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is ought to pass by a vote of 4-0. Senator Ricciardi for the committee.
Senator Ricciardi.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move House Bill 167 ought to pass. The Nano Brewery Statute, RSA 178:12A, was intended for those who produce less than 2,000 barrels annually. Some breweries, however, have had difficulty obtaining a nano license because their brewery may share a wall with the building on their property. In rural communities, commercial properties can be extremely limited. Therefore, this bill would remove the requirement that nano breweries manufacture beverages in a public building, as well as adjust licensing fees for small nano breweries. The majority of the Commerce Committee asks for your support on the motion of ought to pass on House Bill 167. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Ricciardi. The bill is on second reading. Is there any discussion? Seeing none. The question is on adoption of the committee recommendation of ought to pass on House Bill 167. Are you ready for the question? All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? The ayes have it. The motion of ought to pass is adopted. House Bill 167 is ordered to third reading. The Senate will please be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Committee on Commerce, to which was referred, House Bill 235, an act establishing a committee to study the landlord-tenant mediation program. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is ought to pass by a vote of 4-0. Senator Soucy for the committee.
Senator Soucy.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move House Bill 235 ought to pass. Landlord-tenant mediation program in the circuit courts will be funded until 2025. According to the judicial branch, the program has had a success rate of 75%. In addition to being evaluated internally by the judicial branch, this bill would establish a legislative committee to study the program. Majority of the Commerce Committee asks for your support on the motion of ought to pass on House Bill 235. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Soucy. The bill is on second reading. Is there any further discussion? So the question is on adoption of the committee recommendation of ought to pass on House Bill 235. Are you ready for the question? All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? The ayes have it. The motion of ought to pass is adopted. House Bill 235 is ordered to third reading. The Senate will please be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Committee on Commerce, to which was referred, House Bill 248, relative to revenue from the commemorative bottles of liquor. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is ought to pass by a vote of 4-0. Senator Chandley for the committee.
Senator Chandley.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move House Bill 248 ought to pass. This bill would remove the requirement that revenue from commemorative bottles of liquor be used specifically for the preservation of the State House flags. With these requirements removed, the non-lapsing fund could be used for other historical preservation purposes within the complex. The majority of the Commerce Committee asks for your support on the motion of ought to pass on House Bill 248. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Senator Chandley. The bill is on second reading. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, the question is on adoption of the committee recommendation of ought to pass on House Bill 248. Are you ready for the question? All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? No. The ayes have it. The motion of ought to pass is adopted. House Bill 248 is ordered to third reading. The Senate will please be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Committee on Commerce, to which was referred House Bill 407, an act relative to regulations on alcohol. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is ought to pass with an amendment by a vote of 4-0. Senator Innes for the committee.
Senator Innes.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move House Bill 407 ought to pass with amendment. At the request of the New Hampshire Liquor Commission, this bill would make numerous technical changes to liquor-related statutes. Some of these changes include the addition of illegal into RSA 179-19 to ensure that legal gambling is permitted, provide clarity and rulemaking authority in the felon exception statute, create a clearer distinction between emergency versus immediate suspensions, ensure that nano breweries collect a fee of 30 cents per gallon of beer produced, which is consistent with other beer manufacturing fees, and clarify how direct shipments should be handled by carriers. The committee amendment would make additional statutory changes. Specifically, it would ensure that liquor, which is not purchased in New Hampshire, can still be served on Amtrak trains, and the amendment also allows sacramental wines containing 6% or less alcohol to be sold in liquor stores. The majority of the Commerce Committee asks for your support on the motion of ought to pass with amendment on House Bill 407. Continuing for just a moment, this amendment will allow us to enjoy adult beverages on trains called the Vermonter and the Downeaster. Mr. President, I look forward to the day I can get on the Granite Stater here in Concord and watch the Bruins win in Boston. Thank you, Mr. President.
Starting next Tuesday night. The bill is now on second reading. The first order of business is the committee amendment. Is there any discussion on the committee amendment? Seeing none, the question is on adoption of the committee amendment. Are you ready for the question? All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? The ayes have it, and the committee amendment is adopted. The bill is on second reading. Is there any further discussion or amendment? Seeing none, the question is on adoption of ought to pass as amended on House Bill 407. Are you ready for the question? All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Really? The ayes have it. The motion of ought to pass as amended is adopted. House Bill 407 is ordered to third reading. The Senate will please be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Committee on Commerce, to which was referred House Bill 477, an act to prohibit municipal inspections of owner-occupied units of multi-unit housing. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is inexpedient to legislate by a vote of 4-0. Senator Ricciardi for the committee.
Senator Ricciardi.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move House Bill 477 inexpedient to legislate. This bill would have prohibited municipal inspections of owner-occupied units in residential structures of 4 units or less. While privacy concerns are very important to recognize, the committee heard from the state fire marshal that consent is obtained prior to any inspection. The state fire marshal raised concerns that this bill would prohibit all inspections which are critically important in ensuring mechanical, electrical, and fire protection systems are working properly. The majority of the Commerce Committee asks for your support on the motion of inexpedient to legislate on House Bill 477. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Ricciardi. The motion is inexpedient to legislate. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, the question is on adoption of the committee recommendation of inexpedient to legislate on 477. Are you ready for the question? All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? The ayes have it. The motion of inexpedient to legislate is adopted. And the bill is ordered to third reading. I'm sorry. The ayes have it. The motion of inexpedient to legislate is adopted, and it's not ordered to third reading. All right. The Senate will please be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Committee on Commerce, to which was referred House Bill 520, an act relative to escrow accounts maintained by licensed non-depository mortgage bankers, brokers, and services. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is ought to pass with an amendment by a vote of 4-0. Senator Soucy for the committee.
Senator Soucy.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move House Bill 520 ought to pass with amendment. At the request of the New Hampshire Banking Department and the industry, including banks, credit unions, mortgage bankers, brokers, and servicers, this bill would tie interest rates credited to escrow accounts to the national deposit rate for savings accounts posted by the FDIC. This rate would then be adjusted twice a year. At the request of the industry stakeholders, the committee amendment changed the effective date from 60 days after its passage to upon passage. The majority of the Commerce Committee asks for your support on the motion of ought to pass with amendment on House Bill 520. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Susi. The bill is now on second reading. The first order of business is the committee amendment. Is there any discussion on the committee amendment? Seeing none, the question is on adoption of the committee amendment. Are you ready for the question? All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? The ayes have it, and the committee amendment is adopted. The bill is on second reading. Is there any further discussion or amendment? Seeing none, the question is on adoption of ought to pass as amended on House Bill 520. Are you ready for the question? All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? The ayes have it. The motion of ought to pass as amended is adopted. House Bill 520 is ordered to third reading. The Senate will please be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Committee on Commerce, to which was referred House Bill 522 FN, an act relative to money transmitters. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is ought to pass by a vote of 4-0. Senator Innes for the committee.
Senator Innes.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move House Bill 522 FN ought to pass. This bill, supported by the New Hampshire Banking Department and the New Hampshire Bankers Association, would add exemptions from the Model Money Transition Modernization Act to the money transmitter statute. Similar legislation has been enacted or is being considered presently in 10 states in response to the rapid growth of this industry at a local, regional, and national level. The bill passed the Commerce Committee on a 4-0 vote, and the committee respectfully asks for your support on the motion of ought to pass on House Bill 522 FN. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Innes. The bill is now on second reading. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the question is on adoption of the committee recommendation of ought to pass on House Bill 522. Are you ready for the question? All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? The ayes have it. The motion of ought to pass is adopted. House Bill 522 is ordered to third reading. The Senate will be attentive, please, to the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Committee on Commerce, to which was referred House Bill 595 FN, an act relative to the oversight of the public deposit investment pool. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is ought to pass by a vote of 4-0. Senator Chandley for the committee.
Senator Chandley.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move House Bill 595 FN ought to pass. This bill would move the oversight of the public deposit investment pool from the New Hampshire Banking Department to the state treasurer. This change would align New Hampshire with what is currently done in most states. The majority of the Commerce Committee asks for your support on the motion of ought to pass on House Bill 595. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Chandley. The bill is now on second reading. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, the question is on adoption of the committee recommendation of ought to pass on House Bill 595. Are you ready for the question? All in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? The ayes have it. The motion of ought to pass is adopted. House Bill 595 is ordered to third reading. We'll now turn to the Committee on Election Law. The Senate will please be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Committee on Election Law and Municipal Affairs, to which was referred House Bill 36, an act relative to fees of sheriffs and deputy sheriffs. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is ought to pass by a vote of 4-0. Senator Susi for the committee.
Senator Susi.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move House Bill 36 ought to pass. This bill amends the process for increasing fees for sheriffs and deputy sheriffs. In 2021, legislation was signed into law giving counties the option of increasing certain fees for sheriffs and deputy sheriffs. After some examination, a problem was identified with how the increases were determined and implemented. House Bill 36 clarifies that it is the 12-month calendar year Consumer Price Index published by the U.S. Department of Labor that is to be used when determining the increases. Additionally, it gives precise instructions for the calculations. These changes will help avoid confusion and provide uniformity across all counties in the state when implementing this process. The Election Law and Municipal Affairs Committee requests your support on the motion of ought to pass on House Bill 36. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Susi. The bill is now on second reading. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, the question is on adoption of the committee recommendation of ought to pass on House Bill 36. Are you ready for the question? All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? The ayes have it. The motion of ought to pass is adopted. House Bill 36 is ordered to third reading. The Senate will please be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Committee on Election Law and Municipal Affairs, to which was referred, House Bill 286, an act relative to removal of political advertising. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is ought to pass by a vote of 4-0. Senator Murphy for the committee.
Senator Murphy.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move HB 286 ought to pass. This bill will allow members of a candidate's campaign or political party to retrieve political items collected by town maintenance during an election season. Currently, RSA 664:17 specifies only the candidate may pick up his or her own campaign signs or banners from the municipality. However, there continues to be confusion about this amongst towns and cities across the state. Some already allow campaign staff or a designee from the same party to pick up the candidate's political advertising, and others do not. This legislation will add language clarifying that the candidate, campaign staff, or member of the local political committee of the same party may retrieve political advertising from the state, city, town maintenance, or law enforcement personnel. The Election Law and Municipal Affairs Committee requests your support on the motion of all to pass on HB 286. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Murphy. The bill is now on second reading. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, the question is on adoption of the committee recommendation of ought to pass on House Bill 286. Are you ready for the question? All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? The ayes have it. The motion of ought to pass is adopted. House Bill 286 is ordered to third reading. The Senate will please be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Committee on Election Law and Municipal Affairs, to which was referred, House Bill 335 FN, 335 no FN, an act relative to notice of tax lien on real estate subject to a lien for old age assistance. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is ought to pass by a vote of 4-0. Senator Gray for the committee.
Senator Gray.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move House Bill 335 ought to pass. This bill extends the time period for notifying the Commissioner of Health and Human Services of the execution of a municipal or state tax lien on real estate subject to lien for certain public assistance. In 2021, RSA 8065, which is relative to the notice of the lien by the municipality to the mortgagee, was updated and added an additional 15 days for notice. At that time, RSA 8068, which this bill addresses and is related to the old age lien, was overlooked. House Bill 335 corrects that and adds an additional 15 days for the notice to RSA 8068, making the RSAs consistent with each other. Therefore, the Election Law Municipal Affairs Committee requests your support in a motion to ought to pass of House Bill 335. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Gray. The bill is now on second reading. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the question is on adoption of the committee recommendation of ought to pass on House Bill 335. Are you ready for the question? All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? The ayes have it. The motion of ought to pass is adopted. House Bill 335 is ordered to third reading. The Senate will be attentive to the clerk, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Committee on Election Law and Municipal Affairs, to which was referred, House Bill 336, an act relative to the format of election ballots. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is ought to pass by a vote of 4-0. Senator Perkins-Coker for the committee.
I recognize Senator Susi.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move House Bill 336 ought to pass. This bill will change the language on election ballots relative to the number of candidates that a voter may choose. It is a small change that will add clarity for many voters when there are multiple names for multiple seats to be filled. Currently, ballots instruct the voter to vote for not more than X. The new language will ask them to vote for up to X and that X will be elected. This will give the voter a clearer picture of the number of candidates to be considered. The intent of this legislation is to encourage voters to give more consideration to those races down ballot. More consideration means more involvement, which means a win for New Hampshire. Therefore, the Election Law and Municipal Affairs Committee requests your support on the motion of ought to pass on House Bill 336. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Susi. The bill is now on second reading. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the question is on adoption of the committee recommendation of ought to pass on House Bill 336. Are you ready for the question? All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? The ayes have it. The motion of ought to pass is adopted. House Bill 336 is ordered to third reading. We will now go back to the Committee on Energy. And the Senate will please be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Committee on Energy and Natural Resources, to which was referred House Bill 233 FN, an act relative to useful thermal energy under the Renewable Portfolio Standards. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is ought to pass by a vote of 4-0. Senator Pearl for the committee.
Senator Pearl.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move House Bill 233 FN ought to pass. House Bill 233 FN lowers ratepayer costs for electricity by increasing the number of Class 1 thermal renewable energy certificates available for sale to the utilities. By increasing the number of TRECs available, it allows for utilities to avoid paying costly alternative compliance payments, which lowers the cost to comply with the Renewable Portfolio Standard. Additionally, HB 233 FN separates wood boilers into two sectors. The first sector, large wood boilers, will continue to require a meter, while the second sector, small wood boilers, do not have to install meters, meaning that the cost for these small boilers is reduced. HB 233 FN will permit more small businesses and residential customers to install wood-burning boilers that run on low-grade wood, reducing energy costs for granite staters and stimulating the long-term health for New Hampshire's forests. The Senate Energy and Natural Resources Committee asks for your support on the motion of ought to pass on House Bill 233. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Pearl. The bill is now on second reading. Is there any further discussion or floor amendment? I recognize Senator Avard.
Thank you, Mr. President. Before you is, I offer floor amendment 1321S.
Senator Avard has moved floor amendment 1321 and is being passed out. Senator Avard.
Thank you. This amendment looks like it's a replace all amendment for the bill, but all it does is changes a few key words. On line 13, it strikes the word satisfactory and it places it with approved by. The same change is made on line 22, striking the word satisfactory and replacing it with the words approved by. The word satisfactory does not appear anywhere else in the statutes overseen by the Department of Energy, but approved does frequently, and there's established procedures for how something is approved by the department. The Department of Energy noticed this discrepancy, and after hearing the request, that's why we have this floor amendment. This is coming from the department, so we ask you to vote yes on this amendment. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Avard. Is there any discussion on the floor amendment? The question is on adoption of the floor amendment. Are you ready for the question? All in favor of the floor amendment, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? The ayes have it. The floor amendment is adopted. The bill is still on second reading, open for further discussion and amendment. Seeing no further discussion, the question is on adoption of ought to pass as amended on House Bill 233. Are you ready for the question? All in favor, please say aye. Aye. All opposed? The ayes have it. The motion is adopted. House Bill 233 is ordered to third reading. We'll now turn to the Committee on Executive Departments and Administration. The Senate will please be attentive to the clerk.
Senator Altschiller. Thank you, Mr. President. The Committee on Executive Departments and Administration, to which is referred, House Bill 30 FN, an act allowing a county to exempt its chief administrative officer from compulsory participation in the retirement system. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is ought to pass by a vote of 4-0. Senator Altschiller for the committee.
Senator Altschiller.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move House Bill 30 to pass. House Bill 30 allows county commissioners to exempt the county's chief administrator from compulsory participation in the New Hampshire retirement system. Testimony from the New Hampshire retirement system stated that the fiscal impact of the 10 commissioners from the 10 New Hampshire counties would have no discernible impact on the retirement fund. The Executive Departments and Administration Committee asks for your support for the motion of ought to pass. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Altschiller. The bill is now on second reading. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, the question is on adoption of the committee recommendation of ought to pass on House Bill 30. Are you ready for the question? All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? The ayes have it. The motion of ought to pass is adopted. House Bill 30 is ordered to third reading. The Senate will please be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Committee on Executive Departments and Administration, to which was referred, House Bill 109, an act relative to the Occupational Therapy Practice Act. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is ought to pass by a vote of 4-0. Senator Altschiller for the committee.
Senator Altschiller.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move House Bill 109 ought to pass. House Bill 109 clarifies the language that describes what occupational therapists do. This language has not been changed for over 22 years. House Bill 109 removes the requirement for a doctor's referral for a patient to receive occupational therapy. By removing referral requirements, the state also removes a barrier to access. This bill does not remove any requirements that insurance providers may have regarding referrals to occupational therapists, but it will put New Hampshire in line with current provisions of physical and speech therapy. The Executive Departments and Administration Committee asks for your support for the motion of ought to pass. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Altschiller. The bill is now on second reading. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, the question is on adoption of the committee recommendation of ought to pass on House Bill 109. Are you ready for the question? All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? The ayes have it. The motion of ought to pass is adopted. House Bill 109 is ordered to third reading. The Senate will please be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Committee on Executive Departments and Administration, to which was referred, House Bill 127, an act relative to the declaration of state of emergency. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is inexpedient to legislate by a vote of 4-0. Senator Carson for the committee.
Senator Carson.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move House Bill 127, inexpedient to legislate. This bill revises the authority of the governor and general court to declare, renew, or terminate a state of an emergency. The committee found that the intent of this bill to limit the power of the executive by adding a process for the legislature to repeal a state of emergency declaration already exists in law. This bill represents a redundancy of statute and adds an arbitrary time limit to renew state of emergency declarations. The Executive Departments and Administration Committee asks for your support for the motion of inexpedient to legislate. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Carson. The motion is inexpedient to legislate. Is there any further discussion? The question is on adoption of the committee recommendation of inexpedient to legislate. Are you ready for the question? All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? No. The ayes have it. The motion of inexpedient to legislate is adopted. The Senate will please be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Committee on Executive Departments and Administration, to which was referred, House Bill 138, an act relative to the oversight of the Commissioner of the Department of Agriculture, Markets, and Food. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is ought to pass by a vote of 4-0. Senator Pearl for the committee.
Senator Pearl.
Thank you, Mr. President. If I may ask for one moment of personal pleasure, my wife just joined us, and I'd like you all to say hello. Thank you. She did not bring any maple. I don't think. Did you bring any maple sugar? I don't think she has any maple sugar. Thank you, Mr. President. I move House Bill 138 ought to pass. This bill removes outdated references from state law. The first change is the removal of the supervision of clerical staff for the State Board of Veterinary Medicine because the board is now supervised by OPLC. The second reference is to quarantine facilities for contagious equine metritis. Neighboring states already have these facilities, and this issue is largely handled by the federal government, so there is no prospect of such a facility opening in New Hampshire. The Executive Departments and Administrative Committee ask for your support for the motion of ought to pass. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Pearl. The bill is now on second reading. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, the question is on adoption of the committee recommendation of ought to pass on House Bill 138. Are you ready for the question? All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? The ayes have it. The motion of ought to pass is adopted. House Bill 138 is ordered to third reading. The Senate will please be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Committee on Executive Departments and Administration, to which was referred House Bill 193 FN, an act relative to the administration of the New Hampshire retirement system. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is ought to pass by a vote of 4-0. Senator Gendrew for the committee.
Senator Gendrew.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move House Bill 193 ought to pass. House Bill 193 was filed at the request of the New Hampshire Retirement System Board. This bill clarifies sections of RSA 100-A:1(6), which will benefit the members involved of the retirement system. HB 193 makes several changes to the administration of the New Hampshire retirement system, including changes to definitions of service, credible service, references to the system's annual comprehensive financial report, and procedures for military service credit. This includes an expansion of the number of years a military member can claim while on deployment. The Executive Departments and Administrative Committee ask for your support for the motion of ought to pass. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Gendrew. The bill is now on second reading. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, the question is on adoption of the committee recommendation of ought to pass on House Bill 193. Are you ready for the question? All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? The ayes have it. The motion of ought to pass is adopted. House Bill 193 is ordered to third reading. The Senate will please be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Committee on Executive Departments and Administration, to which was referred House Bill 206, an act including the Space Force and various definitions of the armed forces. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is ought to pass by a vote of 4-0. Senator Gendrew for the committee.
Senator Gendrew.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move House Bill 206 ought to pass. House Bill 206 adds the Space Force to various definitions of the armed forces. This bill allows Space Force veterans to be added to certain benefits. The bill simply adds Space Force where needed and is purely a housekeeping bill. It is important to ensure Space Force veterans are represented and recognized by the state of New Hampshire. The Executive Departments and Administration Committee ask for your support for the motion of ought to pass. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Gendrew. The bill is now on second reading. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, the question is on adoption of the committee recommendation of ought to pass on House Bill 206. Are you ready for the question? All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? The ayes have it. The motion of ought to pass is adopted. House Bill 206 is ordered to third reading.
To which was referred House Bill 262, an act relative to laboratory testing by licensed naturopaths. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is ought to pass by a vote of 4-0. Senator Pearl for the committee.
Senator Pearl.
Thank you again, Mr. President. I move House Bill 262 ought to pass. This bill was filed to correct a technical error that inadvertently excluded naturopathic doctors from RSA 152(12)C, which contains a list of licensed medical practitioners who are authorized to order and interpret labs in the state of New Hampshire. The Executive Department and Administration Committee asks for your support on the motion of ought to pass. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Pearl. The bill is now on second reading. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, the question is on adoption of the committee recommendation of ought to pass on House Bill 262. Are you ready for the question? All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? The ayes have it. The motion of ought to pass is adopted. House Bill 262 is ordered to third reading. The Senate will please be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Committee on Executive Departments and Administration, to which was referred House Bill 325, an act relative to controlled drug prescription health and safety program advisory council members. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is ought to pass by a vote of 4-0. Senator Carson for the committee.
Senator Carson.
Okay, thank you, Mr. President. I move House Bill 325 ought to pass. This bill allows members of the Advisory Council on the Controlled Drug Prescription Health and Safety Program to remain a member of the council until their replacement has been appointed. The Executive Departments and Administration Committee asks for your support for the motion of ought to pass. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Carson. The bill is now on second reading. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, the question is on adoption of the committee recommendation of ought to pass on House Bill 325. Are you ready for the question? All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? The ayes have it. The motion of ought to pass is adopted. House Bill 325 is ordered to third reading. The Senate will please be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Committee on Executive Departments and Administration, to which was referred House Bill 391, an act relative to the Memorandum of Understanding on Data Sharing between the Department of Health and Human Services, Department of Environmental Services. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is ought to pass by a vote of 4-0. Senator Altschiller for the committee.
Senator Altschiller.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move House Bill 391 ought to pass. House Bill 391 directs the Department of Environmental Services and the Department of Health and Human Services to enter a memorandum of understanding on cooperation regarding data sharing. The bill also changes the reporting requirement from 6 months to an annual basis and requires it to be submitted to the Commission on the Environmental and Public Health Impacts of PFAS. House Bill 391 prioritizes HIPAA when referencing the sharing of health data, and statute currently states that only non-protected health information or aggregated de-identified data would be made available only when it is pertinent to the issue being assessed. The Executive Departments and Administration Committee asks for your support for the motion of ought to pass. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Altschiller. The bill is now on second reading. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, the question is on adoption of the committee recommendation of ought to pass on House Bill 391. Are you ready for the question? All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? The ayes have it. The motion of ought to pass is adopted. House Bill 391 is ordered to third reading. The Senate will please be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Committee on Executive Departments and Administration, to which was referred House Bill 457 FN, an act relative to state treasury, pension, and insurance fund management. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is ought to pass by a vote of 4-1. Senator Carson for the committee.
Senator Soucy.
Recess for 2 minutes, please.
2-minute recess.
Thank
The
you.
Senate will be in recess. The Senate will please come out of recess. Without objection, House Bill 457 will be special ordered to the next session of the Senate. The Senate will please be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Committee on Executive Departments and Administration, to which was referred House Bill 564, an act relative to the ratification of amendments to the State Building Code and State Fire Code and the membership of the State Advisory Board of Fire Control. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is ought to pass by a vote of 4-0. Senator Carson for the committee.
Senator Carson.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move House Bill 564 ought to pass. This bill ratifies amendments to the State Building Code, ratifies amendments to the State Fire Code, and adds a fire protection engineer to the State Board of Fire Control. These amendments were reviewed and approved by the State Building Code Review Board, the State Fire Marshal, and the State Board of Fire Control. The Executive Departments and Administration Committee asks for your support for the motion of ought to pass. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Carson. The bill is now on second reading. Is there any further discussion? The question is on adoption of the committee recommendation of ought to pass on House Bill 564. Are you ready for the question? All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed? The ayes have it. The motion of ought to pass is adopted. House Bill 564 is ordered to third reading. We will now move, please, to the Committee on Transportation, and please be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Committee on Transportation, to which was referred House Bill 20, an act naming a bridge in the town of Merrimack for the Honorable Richard Dick Hinch. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is ought to pass by a vote of 5-0. Senator Ricciardi for the committee.
Senator Ricciardi.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move House Bill 20 ought to pass. The bill will name a bridge in the town of Merrimack for the Honorable Richard Dick Hinch. The bill names the Bedford Road Bridge, which crosses the Babuzik Brook in Merrimack, after former House Speaker Dick Hinch, a proud graduate of the Marblehead High School and Salem State University, and an even prouder veteran of the United States Navy. Representative Hinch dedicated his life in service to others and to the community of Merrimack. His numerous charitable works include the Nashua Soup Kitchen, Children of Fallen Patriots, the Liberty House. His civic work in Merrimack included stints with the Merrimack Chamber of Commerce, Rotary, Lions Club. He remained active with Merrimack's American Legion and Veteran of Foreign Wars posts. Most importantly, his admirable commitment to governing Merrimack was particularly noteworthy, as he served on many boards: Budget Committee, Solid Waste, Zoning Board of Adjustment, and Library Development and Marketing, just to name a few. He was the chair of the former Board of Selectmen in Merrimack and served 6 terms as a member of the New Hampshire General Court. This culminated in his election to being Speaker of the New Hampshire House of Representatives and highlighted his commitment to serving others to get the best outcomes possible. Dick Hinch dedicated his public service into making things better for his community of Merrimack and fellow Granite Staters, a fact that gave him much pride and satisfaction. Undoubtedly, the source behind his pride and satisfaction was a loyal and strong commitment to his family. A loving and faithful husband of 36 years to his wife, Patricia, a devoted father to Jay Hinch, Kelly Snow, and her husband, Jess Snow, and beloved grandfather to his grandson, Charlie Snow. Dick's final words as Speaker of the New Hampshire House of Representatives personifies the essence of his true character of humanity. He said, "We may have different ideas, but we all want to do what we believe is right, and there is nothing political or partisan about that." The naming of the Bedford Road Bridge in honor of Richard Dick Hinch will serve as his legacy to the town of Merrimack, a befitting reminder that his service to Merrimack built bridges for the community and the Granite State. Please support the Transportation Committee's motion of ought to pass. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Ricciardi. The bill is now on second reading. There is further discussion. Senator Chandler.
Thank you very much,
Mr. President, I rise in support of the motion and just want to say that as the senator from District 11, which includes Merrimack, I worked often both in the House as a representative and in the Senate with Representative Dick Hinch, and I add my voice to supporting this bill that recognizes Speaker Hinch, Dick Hinch, Representative Hinch, Selectman Hinch. You had many roles in the community, and it recognizes his positive impact on the community. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Chandley. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the question is on adoption of the committee recommendation of ought to pass on House Bill 20. Are you ready for the question? All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? The ayes have it. The motion of ought to pass is adopted. House Bill 20 is ordered to third reading. The Senate will please be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Committee on Transportation, to which was referred, House Bill 52, an act naming a bridge in Hinsdale as the General John Stark Memorial Bridge. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is ought to pass by a vote of 5-0. Senator Ward for the committee.
Senator Ward.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move House Bill 52 ought to pass. There is a new bridge from Hinsdale, New Hampshire, over the Connecticut River to Brattleboro, Vermont. The town of Hinsdale, through its selectmen, asked that the bridge be named John Stark Memorial Bridge. Stark was born in today's Derry in 1728. He served as an officer in the British Army during the French and Indian War and a major general in the Continental Army during the American Revolution. He became widely known as the hero of Bennington for his exemplary service at the Battle of Weddington, Vermont in 1777. He continued to be very active in the Army and the services until later on in the war. He became very dismayed with the politics of the Revolutionary Army, watching how bureaucrats chose weak, undeserving men with no combat experience to lead soldiers. On his return to New Hampshire, he found out that he had been passed over for a promotion by a man who refused to march his militia regiment to Bunker Hill to join the battle, choosing to keep the regiment at home. Stark chose to be independent of the colonial elite, resigning his commission in the Continental Army, and pledged to lead the newly formed New Hampshire militia should it be needed. In 1809, a group of veterans gathered to commemorate the Bennington battle. Stark, 81 at that time, was not well enough to travel, but he sent a letter which closed, "Live free or die. Death is not the worst of evils." That became New Hampshire motto in 1945. John Stark died in May 1822 at the age of 93. A memorial bridge is a fitting tribute to his life and service. The Transportation Committee asks that you support the motion of ought to pass on House Bill 52. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Ward. The question is on adoption of the committee recommendation of ought to pass on House Bill 52. Seeing no further discussion, are you ready for the question? All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? The ayes have it. The motion of ought to pass is adopted. House Bill 52 is ordered to third reading. The Senate will please be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Committee on Transportation, to which was referred, House Bill 189, an act renaming a portion of Route 140 in Gilmington in the honor of Private First Class Nicholas Coynier. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is ought to pass by a vote of 5-0. Senator Ward for the committee.
Senator Ward.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move Senate Bill 189 ought to pass. This bill will rename a portion of Route 140 in Gilmanton in honor of Private First Class Nicholas Coynier. The committee heard from the State Veterans Advisory Committee to offer some background information on Nicholas Coynier and why he should be honored in this way. He was born in Concord and always wanted to join the military, and even mentioned wanting to do that in his high school yearbook. He joined in 2005 but unfortunately, his services were cut short when he was killed in action overseas in Iraq in 2006. By naming the section of Route 140 after Nicholas, the Granite State will be memorializing a fallen hero and encouraging people to see the market to go and look and get some more information on this young man. Please support the Transportation Committee's motion of ought to pass. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Ward. The bill is now on second reading. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, the question is on adoption of the committee recommendation of ought to pass on House Bill 189. Whoops. You sure, Senator? Okay, my apologies. The question is on adoption of the committee recommendation of ought to pass. Are you ready for the question? All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? The ayes have it. The motion of ought to pass is adopted. House Bill 189 is ordered to third reading. Now we will turn to the consent calendar because we are at the conclusion of the regular calendar and will take up the single bill that was removed from the consent calendar. So the Senate will please be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Committee on Energy and Natural Resources, to which was referred House Bill 96, an act recognizing May 3rd as Old Man of the Mountain Day. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is ought to pass by a vote of 5-0. Senator Birdsall for the committee.
Senator Birdsall.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move House Bill 96 ought to pass. House Bill 96 recognizes May 3rd as Old Man of the Mountain Day. To honor the iconic New Hampshire rock formation, the governor shall issue an annual proclamation calling for the proper observance of May 3rd as Old Man of the Mountain Day. This day of observance will serve as an annual reminder of the beloved New Hampshire symbol for all Granite Staters, and to ensure that our great state's history and landmark are not forgotten. The Senate Energy and Natural Resource Committee asks for your support on the motion of ought to pass on House Bill 96. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Birdsall. The bill is now on second reading. There is discussion. Senator Gendro.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise in support of May 3rd being Old Man of the Mountain Day. For generations, New Hampshire's Old Man of the Mountain has stood as an iconic symbol for our Granite State on everything from our license plates to our state quarter. Despite the original rock face no longer standing, we are proud that its legacy will be forever remembered. This bill has strong bipartisan support. We ask for your support for the motion ought to pass. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Gendro. The question is on adoption of the committee recommendation of ought to pass on House Bill 96. Are you ready for the question? All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? The ayes have it. The motion of ought to pass is adopted. House Bill 96 is ordered to third reading. That is the conclusion of the calendar. I recognize Senator Carson for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the Senate adjourn from the early session, that the business of the late session be in order at the present time, that all bills and resolutions ordered to a third reading be, by this resolution, read a third time, all titles be the same as adopted, and that they be passed at the present time.
Thank you, Senator Carson. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? The ayes have it. The early session is adjourned. We are now in the late session. Are there announcements or personal privileges to come before the Senate? I believe there are. Well, then let me, oh, I'm sorry, Senator Altschiller.
It's dark in here. Thank you, Mr. President. Last night, a credible threat of a potential school shooting at Portsmouth High School, which serves both District 24 and District 21, came in. For the safety of the students, teachers, staff, first responders, and the surrounding school community, the decision to cancel school for today was made shortly before 11 p.m. last night. The perpetrator of this stochastic terrorism was apprehended a few hours ago. Since this body last met on March 30th, there have been 20 more mass shootings in our nation, bringing our total to 149. We look forward to taking action on gun violence prevention before these terrifying threats become an even grimmer reality. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Altschiller. Senator Perkins-Quokka, did you want to speak?
I was just standing because it affected my district.
Thank you. Senator Prentiss.
Thank you, Mr. President and colleagues. Unanimous consent?
Please.
I actually want to take this opportunity to wish my husband, Christian Simon, a happy birthday. He is now retired after 30 years as a firefighter paramedic for the city of Lebanon. He retired as a senior captain, and I couldn't be here and do everything that I do without the love and support of my husband. So he is once again home today, holding down the fort, managing my mom and all of those things. So I just wanted to take this opportunity to thank him and to wish him a happy birthday.
Thank you, Senator Prentiss. Are there any further announcements or personal privileges? So let me just say thank you to all members of the Senate staff. You folks have been really working hard to get out the House bills. We're going to have a 3-week break from sessions. I think Senator Gray will be hard at work on the Finance Committee with other finance members, so stay in touch with finance members. And I wish I had the opportunity to introduce a guest who I saw in the hall, Doug Teschner. I think some of you would remember former Representative Doug Teschner. It's rather ironic that he would be here on the day that we pass House Bill 96, the Old Man of the Mountain Day, because back in the day when I used to be able to rock climb, we climbed up right under the chin of the Old Man of the Mountain, and Doug had to really teach me a thing or two about rock climbing because I got into a jam. So there's always a way out. At any rate, we won't be here for 3 weeks. Enjoy, and let's see you all on, I believe, May 11th. So with that, I recognize Senator Carson for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the business of the day being completed, that the Senate recess to the call of the chair for the purposes of introducing legislation, re-referring bills to committee, scheduling hearings, sending and receiving messages, vacating bills, and processing enrolled bill reports and amendments. And when we recess to the call of the chair.
Thank you, Senator Carson. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? The ayes have it. The Senate is in recess to the call of the chair.